Christians that want to practice Judaism as their way of following Christianity. We are in a post-enlightened, individualistic age in which people choose their own interpretation of their sacred texts and cultures. So yes, Christian Jews and Jewish Christians, welcome to reality.
Yeah, even within the Orthodoxy,
I'm just saying that, Isa, if you go act on this today and say, oh, I'm going to go find a Messianic church, and I call them churches, if you're going to go find one, just be aware that it's a complete neologism. That's it. That's all I want to say.
Right.
Yeah, I haven't really thought about
you're probably going to be more You're probably going to be more educated than like the quote minister there, because they're just like some random person that collected YouTube credits like a grift. I'm sorry. I'm serious.
Probably.
So,
but that's the
just
thing, like,
proceed with caution.
In order to just, all I want is to get closer to the core philosophy. That's it. I'm not looking for God. I'm not looking to be spiritual or whatever. I'm not looking to become more.
I get it. You just want to talk to really smart Catholics. Is that fair?
Yeah, smart Catholics. There you go.
That's it.
Those exist.
Somewhere, surely.
Isa, have you ever read the
How about the Jesuits?
of St. Augustine? Have you ever read that?
Yes, I have.
Did you like it?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
He's a smart Catholic.
Yes, he's a very smart Catholic.
I feel that
defines our core and our philosophy. St. Augustine sums it up best.
Yeah, St. Augustine gave a just war theory.
But now, Samson, if you ask me to argue from like a faith or religious perspective, that's when I was saying to you, Jesus left us a church, not a book. And so when you see how the whole thing evolved into until the first Protestant came about, they are the furthest from that tradition. And yeah, I mean, like, people can claim that, yeah, you can get to Jesus just a personal way, and I don't deny that. That's up to them, that there's belief. I'm not judging that. I'm just saying that
how do you know of Jesus? Who told you about Jesus initially?
Oh my God, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
No, you need to recognize that it does matter, because you need to recognize that the reason you know of Jesus is because of the Gospels. Therefore,
Samson, you're so much better talking to Muslims.
Yeah, I think that. Or I'm just better than the Muslims.
I suck apparently, because you have become essentially the Muslims. You're so strong in your faith that you don't understand what I'm saying.
I don't know.
Oh, we're so dumb.
Just
Please
listen.
educate us.
I didn't call you dumb.
Please
listen
educate.
to what I'm saying instead of hearing.
Isa, a while back, I heard
Stop being a Muslim, Isa. Stop being a Muslim.
Oh my gosh, is this guy
That's so funny.
Christian?
Everybody says that as like the ultimate like insult.
Because Isa is acting like a Muslim.
How dare you?
No, the only thing she acted was
Take that back, you silly trick.
I disagree. I think she acts more like a Jew. I think she acts more like a Jew, honestly.
No,
You take that back, you filthy Jew.
Isa, you only know of Jesus because of the Gospels. If you acknowledge that,
that's fine, but also because of the church, because we read the Gospels.
Yeah, but how does the church know Jesus?
How does the church know of the Jesus? Yeah,
Institutional records.
Okay, so we
Oh my God, the oral tradition. The Jews have it too, and it's called Mishnah.
Sure.
You know what you're doing. What you're doing is you're saying, I don't want to consider the Torah at all. I only want to do Talmud. That's what you're saying.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that there are both.
You can't do that.
But you cannot interpret. You should not interpret the Bible on your own, but with the guidance of the church.
You're discounting the Gospels completely when it comes to the essence of what Christianity is.
No, what I actually am saying is that in order to understand, just like the Jews do, in order to understand Scripture, you get the guidance of the scholars, which is the Talmud for them, which is the scholars for me, and which is the church for us. And we have many scholars that have written also, not in a compilation of scripts and dialogues like Jews, but we have also like scholars that can guide you to that. And there are books as well, like for example, again, the Septuagint. That is a link to the actual apostolic church and the apostolic tradition that the Protestants decided just to get rid of it.
Which year is it from? I'm going to prove you wrong. Which year is it from?
The Septuagint, I don't know, it's from the early years. I don't know exactly.
What is early years?
It's from the third century.
When I'm back.
It's from the 3rd century before the Common Era and has nothing to do with apostolic tradition because there are no apostles when the Septuagint is written.
No, but what she means is that it's part of the apostolic tradition because
I'm talking about the Septuagint.
the followers of Jesus relied upon that translation.
Yes.
So their interpretations need the Septuagint, and the Protestants throwing it away is a slap in the face to their ancestors, the Christians.
Correct. Thank you, Mixed.
I get it.
But why are you throwing away Jesus?
The Protestants threw a lot of books away.
So there's a
Because they
train
want to
track.
refine the research.
Catholic.
There's a train track, and there's a station, and one identity gets on at station number 1, and the train travels for a distance, and another identity gets on at station number 2. What's the difference between these two identities? The only difference is that one got on earlier on the train track, and the second got on second on the train track. How do they differ from one another?
One forgets their ancestors.
Oh, that's easy to answer, actually.
That little bitch, she ran away. That's good.
Okay, how do they differ
Also, Devin-
other than the order in which they got on the track?
One
It's
abandons
very
the
simple.
teachings of their ancestors.
If station 1 is Miami and station 2 is Fort Lauderdale, and you're talking about the folks that get on in station 2 in Fort Lauderdale,
Right.
they're not going to be able to understand and answer questions about Miami. Or if they try to, they may be informed, but they're likely to get some things wrong.
It'll be secondhand.
It's also that by the time when the person gets on at station 2, they get off at station 3 and get on a new train. The person who gets off at station 1 stays on the train.
It could be an ongoing process you're describing, but it also could be that the person getting on later has insights that the person getting on first does not have.
Yes, and they would be errors.
Okay.
Jewish tradition and all traditions rely on what came before them. If you're missing what came before, you are somehow outside of the chain of transmission.
Okay.
I mean, the easiest example to see it is if you are studying from only English sources, texts that were written very specifically in let's say Hebrew or Aramaic, and you don't know Hebrew or Aramaic, you're likely to have some errors in how you comprehend what is being transmitted or attempted to be transmitted, right? Like you have to have the foundation of what came before. You have to have the foundation of these ancient languages in order to not receive false understandings from what you're reading.
Which is why it's kind of interesting to watch the Christian movement fracture on such nuanced, interpretive grounds.
You know what I find interesting? The whole argument between Catholic and Protestant.
Yeah.
Like, it's very entertaining, especially when you add in that there is no tradition of Protestantism when it relates to Orthodoxy. Like, Orthodoxy's basically done its own thing. It hasn't really lost churches. Like, this tradition of Protestantism in all its forms, it's all been a reaction to specifically Catholicism.
Well, they didn't interact. They didn't interact with the Eastern Church that much.
Yes.
No. It's not about their interacting with the Eastern Church. If this was a feature of Christianity as a whole, one would expect Protestant traditions to have come out of Orthodoxy on itself for its own, in its own sake, in its own way.
I don't think that's right. The schism. I don't think that's right because the schism between the Eastern Church and the Catholics was like that. What the Catholics were the Protestants relative to the Eastern Church. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. Of course, but I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying, though. Right. For 1,000 years, the Orthodox Church has continued to exist, and for 1,000 years, there was not a Turkish or Russian.
I see what you're saying.
Like Martin Luther. right? There's no Martin Lutherov. Like, that guy never existed. He never argued in such a way to create an actual schism, like from a theological basis. And I know Samson wants to talk about the schism of 2018, but that's really a political thing. It has no basis in actual religious differences.
So why did it hold in the East?
Well, I think that's for them to figure out why it held. Just from an outsider looking in, if I think if I'm trying to assess the value of the total corpus of understandings between the various Christian denominations, the fact that the Orthodox have managed to hold it together for 1,000 years with no meaningful schisms, I think it indicates some strength in how their process, their history, their traditions initially were developed, and that's even ignoring the fact that one can reasonably argue that the Orthodox Church is the remnant of the original church.
Most people can't differentiate what they taught in that first beginning 1,000 years and the separate. They can't distinguish it.
So you're
That's
saying
also very true.
You're saying any Protestant that was seeking a deeper understanding of Christianity should really be looking beyond the Catholic Church to the Orthodox churches?
No, I'm not being instructive because that's not my place. But I'm saying there seems to be a fundamental flaw, both of Catholicism and pretty much all of the Protestant churches that came after it, because that entire Western Christian has continued over the 1,000 years to devolve into something less and less structured, less and less consistent. Like, the product they're putting out, it has very little to do with the product that was put out before the schism, whereas the Orthodox seem to have changed very little and seem to have managed to hold on to the vast majority of their populations from the beginning.
But this proves my point. So, like, my initial
that the Catholic Church is corrupt?
No, that
the Orthodox Church, it emphasizes this tradition that's not changing. It sees itself as like the continuation of the Apostolic Church, when in reality it's preserving the faith that started from around the early 4th century, the Ecumenical Council.
Well, if that was your point, Samson, I'm very confused, because from the very beginning of the conversation you inflicted on her, like she said, I'm more intellectually attracted to the Orthodox Church and the culture around the Orthodox Church. So it seems like that whole conversation, which seemed awfully confrontational, had very little to do with
That's not what the conversation was about. That's not what it was about. So it was about her saying she wanted more interpretation, she wanted more philosophy. And I said, you're not going to get at the Orthodox Church. The reason why the Orthodox Church hasn't changed is because it's so strict, it's so rigid, right? The doctrine is fixed and sacred. It's not open to interpretation. You have all these ecumenical councils, from early 4th century until, like, I can't remember, 7th, 8th century, right? And Protestantism, by contrast, it tends to emphasize this individual interpretation of the scripture. It's true that it's based off the scripture, but there's a bigger emphasis on the individual interpretation, and that's what she was looking for. And she was claiming that Protestantism is the farthest away from this, and this is what I couldn't understand. Hence why,
I'm just going to tell you that you're completely wrong about Catholicism. Absolutely, it's up for interpretation. We learn about the different types of interpretation in Catholic school.
Yeah, but that's not. Yeah, but he's saying that's not what Isa was saying.
Orthodoxy. Like, Isa's talking about something completely different.
You just talked about the literal or types of interpretation of the scripture, were you not? You said the Protestants emphasize on individual interpretation. The Catholics are very, very rigid. They can only interpret it one way. That's not true.
No, this is not what I'm about. So Isa said, I'm a Catholic. I want more interpretation. I want more philosophy, right? And I said, well, you should lean more towards Protestantism instead of Orthodoxy. And she couldn't understand this point. And then she went on.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense, because it doesn't make sense.
Why not?
Because that's not what Protestantism is. They have a very limited scope. They have less books, limited scope. They have no richness. They have no saints. They don't care about Mary. They're just very.
How does that matter? You're proving my point.
Samson, I think isn't the whole thing. This is about the authority to provide interpretation, right?
No, what I'm saying is we draw interpretation from those sources.
I know. Let me finish that thought, right? It just seems to me like the monopoly on interpretations there's on a spectrum from the east to the west. That the east, the priests have a total monopoly on doctrine and interpretation. Catholics are willing to have more, and there is a very rich tradition of interpretations and Bible study. There's something called the Biblical Pontifical Institute, where they go through all the different philosophies and things like that. And you're right, Protestantism is the rise of Western individualism because the authority has been made diffuse.
Exactly.
Let's go Protestantism.
Can I add something too? I would say the earlier the church, the more Jewish it was. The later the church, the more Gentile it became, and the more schisms started the more Gentiles came into it. Because when Gentiles come, unorthodoxy comes.
Oh, child.
Yeah. And Samson, I mean, bringing up ecumenical councils in the context of orthodoxy is a little weird because they're literally the exact same ecumenical councils that the Catholics also. I mean, they were the same religion, like they were the same councils.
I understand. That's not my point. My point is, what does Protestantism emphasize? Like, what do they focus on versus Orthodoxy? Because she's in the middle right now. Let's say she's like Catholic, right?
I also, just as a witness, the whole conversation was dumb, calling Protestantism, both of you referring to Protestantism as a monolith. Like, Protestantism.
I did not. I literally didn't. Because she was saying she was speaking to Protestants in the U.S., and I was trying to explain to her.
Both of you use this construction. Protestantism is. Neither of you use the construction. Protestantism are.
There is.
I said it's more inclusive. I use that phrasing.
It depends. There are traditions in Protestantism that are very inclusive and some that are not.
Yeah, but Protestantism itself is inclusive, hence why you can have these denominations that are not so inclusive. I mean, you got to understand
the inclusive and exclusive argument.
I think you have to go with the development of Protestantism, right? From Lutheranism to Calvinism to the bigger splits to Anglicanism, right? The American versions of Protestantism versus European ones. Like, there is quite a diversity.
Oh, you got to look at what separates the Protestants or what made them rebel against the Catholic Church. One thing for sure was child baptism. They didn't believe a child could be baptized, so they started rebelling.
No one can.
I believe it was the England and the Roman Catholic Church where they started saying we needed to do it. And once they did the census, they would carry it out by through the baptisms of the children. But since the older folks started saying we needed a baptism, they rebelled. And that led to people like Ziglag and Anabaptists coming up until you have the Amish and the Mennonites in the United States.
Part of the reason that Protestants became what they are is because people learned to read.
Yes.
Read what?
That's a big. That was a big issue.
Well, now hold on. Read what? They couldn't read Latin, and they
read anything. Read anything. There was.
No, they could read. They could read. They don't know what they could read. They could read William Tyndale's translations. They couldn't read the grammar. Hold on.
They couldn't even understand. They couldn't even understand.
Wait a second, Jacobus, just chill for a second.
They couldn't even understand what was being said at Mass because it was being said in Latin.
The invention of the printing press created a boom in literacy. Prior to that, most people were illiterate unless you had enough money to get an education, which were often noblemen and priests, right? So the monopoly on who could access the text was severely limited. Once you have books being printed en masse, then you teach people to read, then they can access the text on their own.
Very quickly, there was a Bible in every hotel, side drawer.
Last time I checked, the Protestants couldn't get their own Bible. They had to get it from Erasmus, a Catholic priest, who translated the Latin into the Greek. And
worthless, derivative copycats.
Your people had to go to William Tyndale, somebody who said, if my translation is false, I'll be burned at the stake. And lo and behold, he was burned, all right, crispy.
Bunch of religious zealots making breakaways.
Crispy.
I prefer crispy Protestants.
Crispy?
Yeah, you gotta use the air fryer, get them real crispy, and then you're good to go.
I find Protestants pretty bland, so they should be undercooked.
They could use some salt.
I think they.
Catholics, on the other hand, they're a little spicy, so like
Too much
go ahead and
sauce.
get them all crispy.
I think
The
they're
Latinos are Catholic.
I think they're the most hypocritical. They like.
Which?
Yeah, they're the most hypocritical. They.
I mean, Jacobus, maybe that was the goal.
For which?
Look, if somebody tells me they follow Moses, I believe they go to follow commands of Moses. They go to tell you what he said, and they go to obey him most of all. But if you tell me you a Protestant and you follow Jesus and you can't tell me nothing that motherfucker said, and you can't even follow nothing he told you to do, then lo and behold, I don't even think you are a Christian. I think
You don't have to follow Jesus. He'll follow you.
Amen.
I think you what he would have called you in Greek, hypocrites or hypocrite.
Agreed.
First they came for the Catholics, and I was not Catholic, so I said nothing. Then they came
In
for the...
what universe did anyone come for the Catholics first?
Oh, I tell you, when the Muslims took over Jerusalem in 638.
That was Christians, not Catholics.
Yeah, they were Greek Orthodox, so no Catholics in Jerusalem in 638.
Catholics came to help.
In that period, the Christians would have been equally Orthodox and Catholic because they were still one
To be
church.
fair,
But the Catholics never die first.
And to be fair, it was the Catholics that traveled to attack the Muslims, and then they got sent back home.
Was it?
Well, that was later. Jacobus is right about that period.
Was it really Catholics, or was it people from Normandy, which you will call Northmen, or which you will otherly call Vikings, that went
The
into
Crusades was English and French.
Wasn't it Normandy? I believe Normandy was the first country to set foot.
It didn't happen until the 10th century,
And who
11th
ruled
century.
Normandy? Who ruled Normandy clearly? People from the north. People from Scandinavia, Norwegian, all them people. That was the Vikings. They had a thirst for conquering.
Period of time. Yeah.
I know my history.
You guys hear me?
Yeah. There we go.
Gotcha.
Now,
Yeah, so the Vikings invaded Francia, and Rollo the Walker was the Duke of Normandy. But I don't think that had anything to do with the...
I think you testified what you just said all that. That had everything to do with it.
Actually, Jacob, you're actually
so then-
incorrect because go ahead, Chase.
So then Rollo the Walker, his great-grandson was William the Conqueror, and then William the Conqueror invaded Europe, and then they essentially blended with the Europeans. I don't know of anything that was that had anything to do with the Crusades with the Vikings. No.
I want to clarify this. So first of all, the Viking Age literally ends because of Christianity, right? So the Vikings were not included; they were not part of the Crusades. But obviously, the same people no longer referring to themselves as Vikings. Yes, later on they joined them.
Yes.
yes, the Viking descendants were in the Crusades.
Exactly. They're fucking Vikings. If we see children of Jews...
Well, why do we call them Vikings? They don't identify as
for the
Vikings
same reason
anymore.
we call ourselves
No,
They barely identify as Vikings
so the Vikings and the Christians essentially blended.
That's correct.
Yes.
On that theory, Catholics are Jews.
Catholics are Jews.
On the theory that
Humans are
they
monkeys.
descend from Vikings, and they're Vikings, then yes, then Catholics are Jews.
That's not analogous.
It's our best chance at unity. It would be a non sequitur, be equivocating, but you have to show me how it is.
Okay, Jeff, I have a
Right.
question. Once
So
you
if Vikings
said,
are Catholics, then Catholics are Jews.
Jeff, once you said the Catholics and the Jews have a lot in common. You said that one time.
Right.
What does that mean?
They're cults.
What does that even mean? Like, why the Catholics?
Like the majority of your sacred text was originally written in Hebrew.
Well,
But that's true for all Christians. That's not specific to Catholics.
It's not true of all religions.
It's not just the
I said
Catholics.
it's true of all Christians.
Yes, it is
Listen,
true of all Christians.
before you open your mouth, all you do is run your mouth. Listen.
I wouldn't say it's as true if you're talking about certain streams of Protestantism.
Right,
certainly
and that's what I was
there's-
asking. Why do you say that? I was just curious.
Well,
It's funny.
Because certain streams of Protestantism remove necessary components of
I see. Like
analogous components. Analogous components would be the right word to how the structure is in Judaism and how belief works in Judaism, how history works for Judaism, right?
Because we're the OG.
Like if you're talking about a non-denominational Christian group that looks only at the King James Bible and has nothing like that they have almost nothing to do in common with Judaism.
And then shit, when we look at the history, the Muslims ruled Jerusalem for over 1,000 years. The Christians only held it for 180 years. And this is our first run since AD 35, I believe. No, matter of fact, AD 7. This is our first run since then.
There was held for 3 years by Jews in the rebellion, 54 years after 70. So there was a short period.
That was more like a little rebellion, a little scuffle.
He still held the city, leveled the Temple Mount, got prepared to build.
It wasn't even a scuffle; it was a kerfuffle.
Okay. He minted coins with pictures of the Third Temple on it. He definitely.
But going back, I think Jacobus's point that the Muslims did in fact attack what men went on.
That's yes, they do.
In 6 whatever. That's that.
Yeah, look, they showed it when they even took over Constantinople. See, Muslims, they know one thing: take over and replace. Hell yeah, we believe in your prophets, but you got to believe in this one. This the last one. They took over Jerusalem, took over Constantinople. They still thirsty and hungry. In fact, you know what's even more crazy? Every single mosque has something called a Qibla, which is supposed to face toward Mecca, except the Dome on the Rock. That one doesn't have a Qibla because it doesn't face toward Mecca. Muhammad tells you in the beginning they used to pray toward Jerusalem.
That's true. For the first year, they prayed towards Jerusalem.
Yeah, so right now...
That's why Muhammad was a Zionist.
These people
No, they say he was an Aryan Christian. One of them funny Christians.
He wasn't shit.
He was a heretic.
He was not anything to do with Christians. Sorry.
Yes, he was. He was a Christian.
He's kind of Christian.
No, he wasn't.
Oh, yes. You know what? Your own Catholic say it. John of Damascus. He says it.
No, but he says
right.
Christian. He doesn't live by any Christian values or principles. Not even one.
It's 6:35.
Let me tell you something. All he wanted was to get his name. That's it.
Nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with it.
Pearl, that's not what Jacobus is saying.
Also not that unchristian.
I'm saying your own preface, John of Damascus, tells you that he was the Aryan Christian heretic. He tells you that. But you don't believe your own history books. Because
one guy had an opinion. That doesn't make it true.
I don't think you're a real Catholic. I hope you become
It doesn't make it true. Sorry.
Seems kind of like a Christian.
Anything, they have a lot of similarities with the Jews. Muslims in general have a lot of similarities.
Let's make it simple.
They're far closer to the Jews than they are to
No,
us.
they more closer
far
to you.
closer to them.
Look,
hold on a second. Hold on.
No one wants the Muslims
I don't want to
to
go through an argument that's going to be dumb. Pearl, I think you missed the word at the end of his sentence, which was that he was a Christian heretic.
I don't care about it, but I just want you to know that the Jews have far more in common with Muslims. They're basically the same.
Let me tell you why that's not true. Watch this.
Before you say why it's not true, make her say why it is true.
No, watch this.
Serious.
I'm going to tell you right now. Jews don't believe Jesus disappeared and went into the heavens. No, Muslims believe
that's one
Jesus.
That's one small belief they have. What about the bulk of it?
Settle down.
All the rules and the laws.
I don't understand this conversation right now. I don't think you guys are actually disagreeing. But now we're going to have to sit through the conversation.
He thinks Muhammad had anything to do with Christianity. No, he didn't. He wanted to be a Jew. Okay? That's what he wanted.
You don't need to put words in my mouth.
He wanted to be a Jew.
To be fair, that is pretty Christian.
He was obsessed with them. He wanted to be a Jew really badly.
So
he could never be one.
All right, that's cool. I want to say this. Look, when we look at the Muslims, they believe Jesus is coming back and he went to the heavens. Let me finish. Why do you keep doing that?
There's a lot more
Why do you just have to do that? And then you want to crucify.
There's a lot more to that than their belief in Jesus.
Child.
Yeah, all I'm saying is very simple. These Muslims believe in Jesus. They believe he's coming back.
They believe in Mary,
oh my God, why you keep doing that? You can't
Mary is mentioned
you
more
can't help
in the
it.
Okay,
Quran
please,
than
can we do this?
right?
Okay, please.
Mary comes up more in the Quran.
Okay, can we do
than she
this?
does in the Bible.
Let Jacob finish his rant, and then Pearl will defend why you think that they're the same.
Thank you. All I'm saying is these Muslims believe the same thing they believe, just with a little critique. They believe in a Jesus. They believe he's coming back. They believe he's coming to teach something great with some mountain type of person. And all I'm saying is when we look at the Christians, they believe in a Jesus. They believe he went to the heavens. They believe he's coming back. The only difference is one is Arab and the other is, I don't know what you want to call them, but they something.
There are Arab Christians, you nincompoop.
That's not nice.
Yeah,
don't use the N-word. Don't use the N-word.
Yeah, you
The N-word is not very, we should not be using the N-word. I agree.
Okay, go on.
No, it's your turn to make the comparison now.
So Muslims and Christians are similar because Muslims have this belief that Jesus is going to come back to judge us. That's your argument.
Kind of a big deal.
Is that the argument?
And
what about the rest of it?
And reductionism.
Those are a few lines in the Quran. What about the rest of it?
Bro, now it's your turn to show why you think that Muslims are.
No, I'm asking him, what about the rest of it? I mean, this is so ridiculous, Mayor. Come on.
Okay, so that's your side.
This is not a real conversation.
Well, no two people in this room have
I agree with that.
I think she's possessed.
Yeah.
I think she's possessed.
So dumb.
I think she's possessed.
Sharia law might have been right.
Thank you. I need an exorcism. Are you going to come exercise me?
I mean, I agree with Pearl. I think just because you mentioned this one aspect of Islam, regarding eschatology, I don't think that proves anything. When I look at the rituals and practices of the Muslims, they resemble way more that of the Jews.
Of course they do. They're very similar. They're two sides of the same coin.
All right, so now watch this.
Yeah, but maybe I misunderstood. Maybe I misunderstood Jacobus's original point. I don't think his point was to say the Islam of Muhammad is more like Christianity than it is like Judaism. I think his point was that Muhammad himself was coming from a perverted Christian foundation in creating Islam.
Correct. Now, let me give my evidence to support that. Now, let me give my evidence.
Okay, so now I'll make the point why Jeff is 100% right. It's a continuation story of Jesus. So this edit that the Christians did, and they said, no, Moses was a test trial run. It's all fake. Now there's Jesus, so you don't need any of that. Muhammad took that a step further and said, now I have a new one.
Yeah, well, I look at it like this. When we look at history, there's numbers. Now, when we go to 580, we see this, whatever we want to call him, Muhammad's born. By 632, he's in the history books. He's dead and gone. And there's only two sources early history from 638 to 640 that tells about Muhammad. Only two. One is a Jewish Christian source, and the other is a Christian presbyter who survived the rule of Damascus under Muslims' empires. And he tells us that it was a heretic Christian group, and the Jewish one tells us he came with a Saracen army, one preaching the coming of the Christ, and an anointed one. Basically, the Jews at the time, they said that this was a heretic because prophets do not come with swords and chariots. That was the Jewish argument for why he was a false prophet. The Christian one, he was an Arian heretic. And we know Arian is the reason they had the Nicene Council, because he said that Christ wasn't really divine and he wasn't really a man.
So when you want a religion to take off, right? You're planning this religion and you want it to take off. You're going to somehow appeal to all of them. You're going to appeal to Christianity to get the Christians on your side. You're going to appeal to the Jews to get the Jews on their side. Him coming and preaching about Christ is going to come back to Jesus. It was a way to get Christians to come in and convert. That's all it was. It was just a fugazi.
So did
That's
he?
it.
So
It has
did he
no
appeal?
basis or roots
All right.
in Christianity.
Okay, bro,
It was
that's
just
one of
smoke
your
and mirrors.
So
that's
Come
not
on
very good.
inside.
Come
That's
on.
it.
yeah, because Muhammad didn't appeal to the people in Mecca, because the people in Mecca believed.
Yeah, he was just trying to get people to
Why
join
you
it,
let me
dude.
finish when I'm talking? Why do you always do that?
Politics
Hey, little Gentile
101.
girl, why you do that? So look, all I'm saying is this: Muhammad didn't appeal to the people in Mecca because they believed in Alat, Minat, and Al-Uzza, the daughters of Allah, because we all know Allah existed before Islam. We have it in the Nabatean records. We have it in the Lockman stories. Allah was there. Even Herodotus speaks of Allah and having a daughter. I believe Al-Uzza at the time. So my whole thing is very simple. Muhammad didn't appeal to the people in Mecca, so it wasn't really a pluralism type of religion trying to make everybody all inclusive. No. He had a goal. He had an agenda, and he had his own mindset about his religion.
What was his agenda? Tell me his agenda. What was his agenda from your point of view?
To make Allah the supreme God of all gods.
Oh, you think that was his agenda?
Let me tell you why now. Let me tell you why.
Wait, explain to us why. What does Pearl think the agenda is? Like, why do you, knock everything? Say yours.
We know what the Islamic agenda is. We see it pan out in front of our eyes in 2025.
Okay,
You know
so
what
you're
the agenda
incapable.
is?
Got it.
The agenda is to hit you in the face, slap you.
Child.
Let me
So you can
ask
understand
you
the
a
agenda.
different question that may move us forward. In Muhammad's library, before he fashioned himself to be a prophet, as he was doing research with people who actually knew how to read, the research they did it involved both the Old Testament and the New Testament, or was it strictly in the Old Testament?
I think it involved both, but I don't know.
So it's not terribly controversial to say that the ideas he was preaching were coming from a
Christian
heretical perspective. Like,
Yeah, but
this
you
isn't
think
really
he
a very
was a
controversial.
Christian.
No, he never said that, Pearl,
He
which is
said
why I
he
don't
was a
understand.
heretical Christian. He said that 100 times.
They said that I mean, that's not really what Jacob said.
That is what he said. He said that directly more than once.
He said he's a Christian heretic, but he
Yes.
keeps saying that the foundation of Islam was based on Christian belief, which is really not controversial at all. I'm really not understanding what your response
I
is.
have a problem with calling him a Christian. That's my problem. And
I don't think he ever called himself a Christian. I don't think anyone else ever called him a Christian. But yes, in real time, Christians did say he represents Christian heresy.
Well, they did discuss.
Like, his ideas are not Christian.
Well, Christianity did discuss whether it's a sect or it's a heresy or a whole new religion. And that was definitely a discussion within Christian Orthodoxy how to consider this.
And you have to look
Because
what
they had
my thing is,
empire.
if you
would have a Jewish empire, you would have seen something similar.
Look, I'm not going
We
to
have Jewish councils. They had Jewish classical courts. There was no forethought that this was coming from Judaism. It was impossible to come from Judaism. It's so completely alien to anything Jewish that you wouldn't even question.
I don't want to
because they included Jesus and Mary. That's why.
And that's the point. Okay, Samson got it. Now teach Pearl.
All because they believe in Jesus and Mary does not make them, totally different. If that's true, Mayor, then why is it true that you can pray in a mosque, but you can't pray in a church? You can pray in a mosque.
Look, watch this.
There's a lot of things in common.
They don't worship.
Arguments are getting better. A lot of things in common.
Let's be
It's not really relevant to this conversation.
They're completely different from Christians from the beginning.
Let me speak it in a language that she understands, right? Watch this. She believes that Jesus Christ is the Word of God. The Muslims believe Jesus Christ is the Word of God. They don't believe he is the Son of God. The only difference between the Arians and the rest of them Christians was they didn't really believe Jesus Christ was the Son of God. Same thing
and all their other beliefs. What about all their other beliefs? You're only talking about their beliefs in Jesus.
I don't know why we keep falling into the same trap of comparing beliefs. Like, definitionally, if you have a group of people who write a book and call it a religion that features the exact same characters but tells the story in a different way that is inconsistent with the Christian tradition of what those characters did, who they are, etc., definitionally, that is a Christian heresy movement. Like, this isn't complicated, nor should it be controversial.
I think this is a fallacy, though, because, like, first of all, he doesn't come from a Christian background or Jewish background, but he was obviously influenced by both religions because of the location, Medina, Mecca. But if I remember correctly, there were Jewish tribes around Medina, but there weren't Christians. I mean, Christians, they were, like, somewhere else around Yemen and, across the Red Sea and stuff like that. So I would argue that he was more influenced by Jews than Christians.
100%. Not
to say that he never heard of Jesus and Mary, because quite clearly he did. But I would say he was more influenced by Jews.
There were definitely Christians in Medina and all over Arabia.
Yeah, but the influence was more heavy from the Jews.
Yeah.
Don't back down.
You have.
Again, I think we keep falling into the same trap of trying to compare the result as opposed to understanding that this is that Jacob's point is about the ingredients, right? Like you can't look at it like if a prominent character is Jesus and Mary in Islam, you can't really look at it and say this is a Jewish heresy because like half of the characters in their book has nothing to do with Judaism, right? This is a heresy which was born out of, and not necessarily by, but born out of or in opposition to Christianity.
And then,
yes, the reason why I came up on stage was formally said, real quick to Jeff. Real quick, I'll jump back down.
Oh, hello.
Really interesting room, by the way. But what I believe, to recapitulate, not the very last thing that my friend Jeff just said, but the thing prior to that, and I hope it steps on a little toes if you consider yourself to be a Jewish man or woman. The reason why what he said was not only abhorrent and wrong, but I would personally, as a Christian, find it offensive, was that while looking at his Muslim and Christian friend, he said, listen, hey, guys and Jeff, as long as we got the same characters in the same book, no, absolutely not. It doesn't work like that, Jeff. If I went and broke down the Torah and I said, well, Black Hebrew Israelites, they seem to have a lot of the same characters and kind of sort of the same similar. I'd say absolutely not. Those are two entirely
You just proved my point. You just proved my point. Black Hebrew Israelites are a Jewish heresy.
Right.
They are established in defiance of the Jewish understanding of the characters.
Okay, then that is what you followed up with, and I do totally agree with, which is why when Pearl said to him, she said, no, I just don't I feel like it's appropriate to call him a Christian. I agree with her.
Well, yeah, I don't think anyone argued that he was a Christian. I guess we're incapable of the nuance of understanding that the ideas were born out of and in opposition to Christianity, which by definition would make it a Christian heresy movement.
Right.
It's not saying it's a Christian heresy movement, neither calls them Christian, nor an extension of Christianity. It simply is acknowledging that it came out of an understanding and a rejection of the Christian understanding and utilized all of those characters.
Right.
You can go back further.
Sense of definition, I would agree with you. I think you're correct. But if you look at someone who's like
by the same point, Christianity would accurately be called a Jewish heresy movement. Whether or not the people who had developed it were Jews, it's still a Jewish heresy. Because you're literally reconstituting the same set of beliefs, the same sets of stories, and reconstituting it differently in a way that is oppositional to the Jewish understanding of things.
Right.
It was
this shouldn't be controversial.
Replacement theology.
So that's a different thing. Because
pretty much the same damn thing.
it's not the same.
That's what Jacob has said.
Look,
It's
real quick.
absolutely not even close
Alright,
to
so
the
look.
same.
Feels like the same thing.
Can we just confirm with Jacob that's what he meant? That's what he meant.
100%.
So Jeff, look, this is what I want to do, right? The person I quoted was John of Damascus, right? And he lived a couple years after Muhammad, and this is what he said. In his work on heresies, John classified Islam as the 100th heresy. He argued that Islam borrowed from Christian and other sources, but rejected core Christian doctrines like the Trinity and the divinity of Christ. He also criticized the Quran and Muhammad's teaching. John of Damascus on Arianism. He calls Islam an Aryan sect. So basically, it's the Aryan sect. It's just like it was the reason they started the Council of Nicaea. Arian had to debate people like Athanasius, and Athanasius was arguing that Christ was divine and that Christ was the Son of God. They used Latin words like homo something, but that was the whole argument.
There's going to be some homo somethings, that's for sure.
Right.
Jacob, can you just tell us who this guy was?
He was John of Damascus. He was a prepster under Islamic rule. So he was a Christian that was operating in Syria while the Muslims ruled over it. And he wrote that Islam was a
What year?
Let me get it for you real quick.
Yeah. Thanks.
Wherever there's Democrats, there also.
It's like similar to the Chrislam people.
And was he a priest or was he just a regular dude?
675 AD.
And it was around 675 to 676 he was writing.
Wow.
He was a prepster. Now, Muhammad died in 632. He was born in 538. There's only two early sources that depict on Muhammad from the 600s. That's John of Damascus and the baptism of Jacob.
Did he meet Muhammad or any of Muhammad's horde while he was alive?
The only one we could say was Jacob of 632, who was forcibly baptized in the Christian rule. And
Is this the part of Islam in Africa? Nigeria. Well,
That's right.
Is that what he's espousing is what I'm asking, Jeff?
What are you
I didn't hear your question. What?
So my question is, I mean, I missed the first part. I heard all of his quote-unquote history behind and, you know, where his understanding of this faith. But I'm asking specifically, is it like not, I'm going to say the word Chrislam, like Christianity, Islam, smush them together from Nigeria, Chrislam. Is that what you're espousing?
What?
You're gonna laugh.
Wow. No, definitely not.
Okay, good. Because that in and of itself would be like, that's going so left field with like, okay.
It's almost right field.
No. No, I think, eating pork probably isn't good for Christians. But, that's just me.
But I don't understand. What is the argument? Are you trying to say the perception is more valid than the actual intent?
I think it was more about the philosophical underpinnings of Islam coming out of Christianity.
It's in conversation with Christianity.
But these are external sources. This is perception. This is how Christians.
I'm saying,
Dude, it's the freaking. It's the whole context of the book. The whole context of the book is there's a whole bunch bunch of Christians that are a little bit off. Here's the correct version of what they are doing right over there.
It's just focusing on one thing. Focusing on Jesus and Mary.
Everybody, calm down.
Okay. Let me break it down in clubhouse terms. You've got a Jewish room in the hallway. You've got a Christian room in the hallway. And the question is, the Muslim room, it's a response room. It's a response room to which room in the hallway, the Christian room or the Jewish room? Like, I don't think the point is big, but the reaction to the point is so oversized. Like, wow, like this isn't hard. This isn't complicated.
And then someone made a claim. They said, "Oh, he using outside sources." I'm like, we could easily open the Quran. It literally tells you that Jesus was the Word of God. He came. He's a spirit from the Father in heaven, and that he came down and entered into Mary, and that he is the Word of God. It's like, yo, only the Christians say Jesus is the Word of God. You don't hear Jews say no shit like that.
Sure, but at the same time, in the Quran, you have many things that are taken straight from the Torah, like Talmud even. So, like, how do you explain that?
Yeah, 100%.
One second, now, yes, the Quran definitely quotes, doesn't quote it, brings midrashic sources that are not in Christian texts. But
I wonder why.
Okay.
But
the
including
assertion being made here. The assertion being made here is that it's a continuation of the Christian story. Did they go back to midrashic sources? Yes. If you want to now make the argument, which Pearl may be trying to say, that in practice it has a better look to Judaism, she has to make that case, which she's incapable of. But that doesn't contradict Jacob's point that it was a continuation story of Christianity. That's all.
And then,
Which was itself a deviation from the story.
That's a fallacy, though. That's a fallacy because there's no need for a continuation if you don't believe in it.
What are you talking about?
It explicitly claims to be a continuation.
Wait, we got to
Here's the thing. Why is there a need for a
Muslims,
continuation?
please raise their hand and get them up on stage. The argument with Islam is Jesus came to save the Jews. That's the Christian story. The Jewish story is Jesus was a false prophet. The Muslim story is Jesus came to save the Jews. By the Jews refusing him, they lost their chance. Muhammad is here to bring all the Gentiles into the fold of Jesus. And in the afterlife, Jesus will be right behind Muhammad. It's a continuation story of that. Now you could
argue it's a continuation story of Judaism because the Jesus tribe didn't work. Now they're trying with Muhammad as well.
Okay, but you're 2 steps removed. Well, I'm going to get as nasty as I can. If Christianity is fan fiction on top of Judaism, Islam is fan fiction on top of Christianity.
Yes, it is.
It's taking Christianity as canon and going from there.
Right, like, think of it as the extended universe of Star Wars spinning off into a new series that was just about the biology of one planet there, right? It's a spin-off of a spin-off. You're all still talking about the fucking Jews.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
So one issue I have with this is that if you actually dig deeper into the Quran,
you're so ugly, dude.
Hey, that's not nice.
Can you be more specific? I don't want to be called ugly.
Talking to Migzat,
Oh, that's not nice.
I'm leaving. I mean, he just looks like his symbol. I mean,
Yeah.
That's my train of thought. Like I wanted to talk about the whole oneness. I wanted to talk about the oneness and the Quran.
That's not nice.
That's not
nice. No, but look, I think getting into any specific like religious philosophical beliefs is like a good way to just waste time because it has nothing to do with the argument that was being made, right?
No,
I think we'd be far. No, Samson. It makes no sense to go like there are things that it shares with Christianity. There are things that it shares with Judaism, and going through and cataloging them like it matters when the point is so much smaller than what Muslims believe, right? Like the initial point we're discussing has nothing to do with what Muslims believe. It has to do with what books are they pointing backwards at, and do they are they a reaction directly to Judaism? No, they're a reaction inclusive and again in defiance of the full gamut of Christian philosophy that preceded them. And I think one thing someone brought up, they include so many things. understood as it reacting to the lack of those ideas being in Christian dogma, and therefore even inserting all Jewish ideas into the practice of Islam is in fact in defiance of Christianity. Especially that.
Okay, so just quickly.
That's what she's.
It's absolutely an extension of Judaism because of the core beliefs. The strict monotheism. We introduced the Trinitarian idea, sacred law, dietary code, prayer rhythm, fasting, everything. Everything is the same. You're literally the same.
Okay, so to the extent that we're the same, they would become Jews. Right? Adding those things in was a reaction to Christians taking those things out. Right? You're not going to tell me they're reacting to Judaism by emulating Judaism.
That's what they said.
That doesn't even make any sense.
Right, and then we could take it a step further.
Let me just please do this justice. Wait, I've been trying to say something. Let's do this justice.
some justice.
Okay? So the thing is, I think it's too convenient, like the Jewish point of view saying this is like Christian heresy because Christian came after, and obviously you're trying to say
it's not the Jewish point of view.
Wait. I'm just saying it's a little bit too convenient to say the Jews that have nothing to do with this, we cannot call the Jewish heresy. In my opinion, if there's a
Jews have a lot to do with the founding of Islam.
And Christianity.
Again, you're bringing a much more controversial point than the point that was even being made in the first place. But go ahead.
I'm going to cut you off, Jeff. David, get the fuck out of here.
Oh yeah, David,
That's not nice.
You're still drunk.
Oh, he's really drunk.
Listen, I'm saying if there is a need for continuation called Islam, what is this a continuation of? They reject the Christian idea that Jesus is the Son of God. They reject the Jewish idea that Ezra is the Son of God, right? Like, why? Let's say
that's not a Jewish idea.
That's the Quran. That's the Quran converting the Jews.
That's convenient. It's convenient that the Quran has imagined a Jewish opinion that doesn't exist.
This is an internal source. You're bringing forward external sources. Why don't you listen to the Muslims themselves? Why don't you look at the Quran when it comes to deeming whether this is a Christian heresy or a Jewish heresy?
I do.
Opinion, when looking
if you look at the fifth surah, it's pretty clear that they're reacting to the Trinity and saying it's bad.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Why they're staunch monotheists.
Exactly.
Okay, Samson, let's do this. If you look at Jewish splinter groups, they don't discuss Jesus. It's not part of the conversation. If you look at groups that you would say is a Jewish spin-off, like the last one I can think of is the Shepsei, the Sabbateans. They don't discuss Jesus. There's no discussion of Jesus. That was an internal Jewish group that was split off.
Also Karaites and Sadducees.
But they got before Christianity. So
not the Karaites.
The Karaites come after Christianity, and they don't discuss Jesus at all. Those are Jewish spin-off groups. Once you're bringing Jesus into the conversation and saying, no, he wasn't actually crucified. Satan made it look like he was crucified, and he wasn't the Son of God. He was a prophet. And you're in a Christian land. Now, again, you can say you brought in midrashic sources. That's true. You can say that their practice, you have to make the case for it, but you can say a bunch of things on top of that. But it's clearly a response to the Christian story.
But he's a prophet sent to whom?
Wait. And he's researching the Jewish sources because he's trying to be more authentic than the Christians around him.
Just wait, patience. I'm having a one-on-one with Maya. Jesus was a prophet, according to the Muslims, sent to whom?
That's what you Jews.
To the Jews.
Right, but that's an edit on Christianity, because Christianity says that Jesus was sent onto the nations to bring them into the tree. I forgot the exact terminology they say, but they say that it used to be all the Mosaic laws, or the Levitic laws, and now you don't need circumcision or any of the Mosaic laws, and you could come in by faith alone. So the Muslims are saying no. Jesus is not onto all the nations. It was onto the Jews, and by the Jews denying it, Muhammad is basically the new Jesus.
Right, exactly. They're trying again. Muhammad has been sent to the Jews and the Christians.
Muhammad was sent to the nations.
Of course, but you need to understand that this, let's say, mission that God was on by sending Jesus to the Jews, it didn't work. They believe it didn't work. Okay, therefore they're not Christian. they're saying we need a continuation. We need to try something new. Therefore, her default, he's back to his original mission, which is to make sure that the Jews, they understand the message, and the Christians also understand the message. You know, this prophet was not sent to the Jews in the Holy Land. It was sent to Arabia, right? So, like, first of all, it's incorrect to say it's a Christian heresy or Jewish heresy. But if you really want to dig deep into it and say that, you know, maybe the framework comes from like one religion and we want to label it like a heresy, I would argue it's more Jewish than Christian, because they're trying to make the Jews understand that, hey, we sent this guy, you crucified him.
You're still arguing. You're still arguing a point no one made.
That's what you said.
The Jew. Wait. I'm making my own point.
Well,
based on what you said.
That's fine.
Okay? And I'm basing it off an internal source. You're basing your claims off an external source by a Christian who lived in the 7th century in Damascus.
Well, no. I don't even need that source in Damascus to come to the conclusion that Islam is a direct derivative based on the ways it differs specifically and explicitly with Christianity. It is a reaction to Christianity. Were Christianity in Muhammad's eyes perfect, there would be no Islam. It is an absolute reaction to Christianity, and therefore it is correctly called a Christian heresy. Whether or not the people who are doing it, you've argued specific beliefs and practices which are kind of irrelevant to the definitional weight of the argument, right? Like, by definition, because it reacts to Christianity, it is a Christian reaction. That reaction not being in line with Christian dogma makes it a heresy. Yeah. Like, this is not a big point. You guys are just emotional.
I'm very surprised.
I want to go.
Wait,
it's a modest.
No. He's misunderstood what I was on about. I said, who was Jesus sent to? He was sent to the Jews, right? If the Jews would have accepted him and everyone would have agreed, okay, he's the Messiah, he's the Son of God, you wouldn't have Islam. So Islam is a reaction to something. You want to claim it's a reaction to Christianity because they say that Jesus is not the Son of God, but he's just a Messiah, he's just a prophet. I'm saying you have to go further back. Islam is a reaction to the Jews because they're still not practicing their religion correctly.
You're saying that the Muslims consider it their sacred mission to make sure the Jews follow their Torah.
The Jews and the Christians and everyone else has to follow the Quran.
Why would one second. Why would the Muslims enforce Christians following their false ideology?
Which false
ideology? Because they gotta claim a lineage.
Trinitarianism. Right? Why would the Muslims say to the Christian, go stay in your Trinity church?
Because they're trying to claim a lineage to the Holy Land.
You just said that their policy is to make sure that the Jews stay Jewish and the Christians stay Christian.
No, you misunderstood.
No, you totally
Jews and Christians had to go on board on Islam.
No, they say the Torah is corrupt and Muhammad is reshaping it to the nations. But okay, Samson, I get what you're saying. The problem with what you're saying is
so therefore everyone needs to be Muslim.
The Christian story. The Jewish story doesn't have any of that in it. It doesn't.
I agree. I've never claimed it does. But the problem is you're looking at it from you're attacking it from the right instead of attacking it from the left. You're addressing it. You're approaching it from the left.
What's the right and the left? I'm confused.
So the right is you're going back, you're going from the 7th century.
Are we going to do the hokey pokey next?
And you have to understand why Christianity came up, why Jesus was sent, and you have to understand why Muhammad.
Can I go after Samson?
No, I understand all that, and I put it in the conversation. But
since it's your point, my own point, we're still discussing.
This is where they think. I'm gonna go now. So my whole thing is, number one, Allah existed before Islam. Let's get that out there.
Allah just means God. That doesn't.
Can I finish?
That's what she was saying.
Can I finish? So
yes.
Allah, can I finish?
Yes.
So Allah, oh my God, Allah existed before Islam. You have the Nabatean Empire speaking of Allah. And in the same sentences, they'll tell you about Hubal, Al-Uzza, Al-Manat, and what's the other one? Alat. And all of these are daughters of Allah. And when you go to Mecca, before Muhammad destroyed all 365 idols inside the Kaaba, Allah was known as the Lord of the Kaaba. And Hubal was his physical image. And you know Hubal under another name is Baal, or Baal-Zebub. So basically, go back to Nabateans. You see Petra right next door, and the Edomites, and they worship the same God called Allah. And when you read the Quran, it says there's no God but Allah. It's not saying the word Allah twice. It's not, because Allah is a specific name for a specific deity. You see this by outside sources testifying it. Even the Quran testified. I believe in the surah called the Star. Muhammad says, "Oh, look, this is my Allah, this comet that fell." So please stop lying. People could read.
Well, Muhammad couldn't.
I don't understand. I mean, I agree with what you said, but how is this related to their claim that it's a Christian heresy?
It's not.
It was just.
And
in fairness, it was to oppose this claim.
It had some flow to it, though.
But in an essential way, yes, both the Muslims, the Christians, and the Jews are all playing the game of Moses.
No, they wanted claims for that Holy Land, and that's what the whole game is all about. It happened when Muhammad and his people try to conquer it. They want to claim a lineage to what you call it, Abraham. The Lot did. And when you look at the original name of Muhammad, I can't speak Arabic, but I know a little bit of bullshit. It says, just like in ancient Hebrew, there was no vowels. You would say his name Memdal, and you would have to implement the vowels based upon the history or based upon the time frame. And his name would have been called Muhammad. And when you read the Hebrew, it's the same as something being appealing. They claim this lineage back to Abraham so they could have a root to the Holy Land. This is why they built the mosque on there. This is why the Turkish Empire refused to give it to Theodore Herzl, because they wanted to say, no, we earned it with our blood. This belonged to our ancestors. It goes back to, what's that dude, Ishmael, which is bullshit. You could look at Muhammad's genealogy in his books. They have at least 40 generations where you can't connect them. I believe his followers, they wrote his stuff 180 years after his death. That's at least 2 or 3
now you're just attacking Islam. This has nothing to do with conversation.
Yeah, I'm attacking
Islam.
Well, no. What he's trying to illustrate is taking the book seriously and saying some random guy in the desert claiming he's a descendant of Yishmael, the cousin nation of the Jews, should not be believed just because he spun a story that was popular and published at the time and already in the throes of a sectarian movement of Christianity.
That's what he said.
He wasn't a descendant of Ishmael. He was just some jackass in the desert with a story.
And then they like to say, oh, our Quran is untainted, it is perfect. Yet the oldest Quran they got called some Sana bullshit, right? It has 2 layers to it. One that is wiped off and erased with blemishes and something written over it, which is centuries later. So everything about them is false. And when you go back to their history, the only person that probably ever collected all their manuscripts was a German, not even an Arab. So, it's not about attacking Islam. It's about saying the same criticism that they apply to other, they can't withstand themselves because it's weak. And matter of fact, when you go to the Quran, the Jews had the best argument. They said, yo, Allah is poor. If he needs our money, that means he depends on us. And that means he does not exist without us. And therefore, Muhammad said, they shall burn for saying Allah is poor. Yes, Allah is poor. Because he needs us to survive. He needs charity. He needs the belief of other people. He needs the belief of Jews and Christians.
He afford all those versions of his poor.
Because he's a robber and a thief and extortionism. Of course, that's how.
It was a joke.
He gamed the system, Lou. You pepperoni Arab.
I thought that's what you guys did.
Yeah, you pepperoni Arab.
And I believe if you read the Quran, he bows down himself to Allah, Al-Uzza and Manat, on his knees, worshiping them 3 things. And when people find out, he says, oh no, Satan put it in my mouth.
Whoa! He had a camel milk in his hand.
Man, that guy, shot.
I'm so confused. How many of these accounts exist?
Oh, how you doing, Boo Boo?
It's actually a different guy than the one Brennan.
I don't know who you are, and I'm not your boo-boo.
Oh, Silas.
You're what?
Lou's a standard pepperoni Arab.
Whoa. We don't claim him.
Oh, Simon just came out as a pepperoni Arab.
That's true.
I can't.
Out of the oven, Simon. Congratulations.
He actually came out as the guardian of the pepperoni Arabs.
What is a pepperoni Arab?
I'm taking Arab and adding pepperoni.
Sicilian.
I look more Arab than most of the Arabs on this app.
That's true.
Arabs look like raccoons.
Even like from the
That's right.
from
Manishma.
Whoa.
people from the island of Sicily.
If we're gonna compare certain people to animal groups,
I'm American, so I would just call him a sand nigga. We different.
Right, that
but yeah, and I agree.
I'm
We don't
trying
use
to
that word
think
in
of
here.
something that should be obvious, but it's going to be highly controversial.
Say it.
I'm still trying to think of it. I haven't came up with a good one yet.
Say it.
You can take the monkey out of the jungle.
Full stop.
But you can't take King Kong out
But not
of
the
New York.
jungle out the monkey.
No, you can't take the banana out his hand.
Oh, come on, that's racist, dude. Come on.
Listen, guys. First of all, hello to everyone. Chavan, good to see you after so long. Can I ask you a question?
Hey.
Is that who I think it is in your photo?
It is
Yes, it is.
He's an amazing guy.
He is.
He's a legend.
the best.
Honestly.
Thank you for the compliment, Vegas.
Margu is not.
I would love to meet him. He's the kind of guy I would love to have a conversation with, He knows his stuff.
Chauvinist.
Wait, who are you talking to?
Yeah.
Shava, I know you're not. Sorry, Shava. You just said to me, you're not a man, you're a woman.
I like that. Somebody called me Chevet yesterday. That's a new one.
So, how do you recognize? My apologies.
No, all good.
Chevet.
Chava.
What? Chava?
Chava, yeah.
Chava, beautiful. Chava. Yeah, I should know better. CH in Hebrew, obviously Latinized is, Chav. Yeah.
No worries, you're good.
Anyway, Chava. No, honestly, it's good to see you, mate. I just wanted to ask you, because that guy, I follow Emily Schrader as well. Yusuf Haddad, they're good people. They stand up for the truth. So, yeah.
I'm sure that was lost before.
I still, yeah.
I didn't even know I left my
I've been in
house.
this room for about an hour. I don't think two people had the same conversation yet.
I disagree.
It's usually how it goes. That's
I think we're agreeing that nobody knows what's going on.
All I know is this: everybody got mad that Muhammad was a Christian.
Jeff and I share our bemusement.
No, Muhammad was a self-hating Jew.
He was a Christian.
He was a self-hating Jew.
Oh,
That's
was not
anti-Semitic.
That was not accepted
anti-Semitic.
by his own people. And that's it.
Yeah, Chava is right. Muhammad's wife, Khadija, she was Jewish. 20 years
Right,
ago.
he converted her as
We're
well.
going to start the whole conversation over now.
That's right.
hey,
Jeff,
I'm
let's
doing
just-
monkey
we
wrench
can't
in our
beat
shit, yo.
If you can't beat them, join them. Let's just stop for it. Yes. Islam is.
Should we just start trolling them?
Yes.
Do we join the
Like
Jews or the
technical
Christians?
Judaism.
That's the same thing.
So how did Muhammad? This is a serious question. How did Muhammad pull off being a self-hating Jew while being a Zionist? I don't understand that.
Right.
I was gonna say Muhammad is actually created by the Messiah.
Oh, that tracks.
It's true.
Shit, if we being frank, somebody made Muhammad up.
I think that's what we should do. We should start perpetuating the narrative that all of Islam is a psyop from Mossad.
Well, that would confuse them, wouldn't it?
It would.
Kinda like
They
what-
would kind of believe it.
It's kind of like an operation like when Trump decided to move the trans women into the men's prison. Like, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't with reacting to that argument.
Right.
The Muslim did a very smart thing, okay? One, they say that anyone was always a Muslim. It's about taking over basically anyone that is born. This is why they call revert to Islam. Basically, you are born a Muslim, and then maybe you became a Jew, a Christian, but
They're
you were
very
basically...
possessive.
Hold on, let me finish. So this is about basically taking over all other religions. The second thing that they did smart, in a way, they say Muhammad is the last, the third and last and the final messenger. Meaning, there is nothing like if tomorrow someone will come and say God spoke to me, that cannot happen. He's the last messenger and he's also the first. So I also see videos from YouTube of all kind of like American stupid girls, like, oh my God, I read the Quran. It turns out I'm a Muslim because we are all Muslim. And this is basically the way to kind of bring people into the religion and take over. This is why this guy said
That sounds
Allah is wrong. It's the same Allah. It's the same Allah. It's all this manipulation of like basically trying to take over other religion.
So are we committed now to move down the path of reverting to our custom of just shitting on Islam? Because I'm prepared to make that move.
Jeff, I just want to say one thing. When you tell our Hamas supporting friends on Clubhouse that Muhammad is a Mossad psyop, how quickly after that will they tell you he was a pedophile?
Well, but they would be right. He was.
Yeah, but they would defend it to the end until they find out.
That's what I'm saying. You have to turn their two irrational emotional positions against each other. Their love of the pedophile Muhammad and their hatred of the Jew. You have to explain to them that their love was caused by the nefarious Jew.
Oh, it's gonna make them explode.
I'll tell you this.
I don't know. We'll see what happens. Think of it as emotional alchemy.
You want a fast one, you heard?
Hold on. Lou, I just had to push back. Exploding is their natural state, so we can't really make them do that. Go ahead, Megas.
Fair enough.
No, I'm just saying, like, they kill people for less. They, blind Salman Rushdie, Khomeini put a fatwa on his head, God forbid you speak against it.
Just like the Mossad wanted when they implanted the concept of Muhammad into their minds.
What would Mossad even want? It's against his interest. But I believe, speaking of reverting, I swear to God, I say this with a few percentage of doubt, but I'm quite certain that in the next few years, Iran will be a safe haven for non-Muslims and freedom, and and Iranis will be allies. But
Inshallah.
Don't say that. Inshallah, Inshallah. But listen. At the same time, Europe fall under Islamic Caliphate. I swear to God, the way it's going.
Ironically, if we did want to make the argument that Muhammad was a Jewish conspiracy, there is plenty in the Quran that would support this idea. Like Muhammad was he failed in Mecca. It wasn't until he got to Medina, a Jewish city, that magically all of a sudden he started succeeding. So
That's just
we could actually make this argument.
To believe it.
No, we could make the argument that the Jews actually created Muhammad if we wanted to. It's in their book.
We can even go even further. I do not remember not one time in the Torah where it says that we worship a rock and we kiss it and we lick it. Every year they go to this rock.
You got a point there.
And they lick it. And then they
Jacob, as I lick various things, and that's well within my right as a Jew.
Jeff, we don't need another conspiracy theory that blames Jews for all the evil.
Not Jews, Mossad, the evil, nefarious Zionists. They created
Islam. Out
Islam.
of this Mohammed business.
The Zionists created Islam.
See, that whatever that rock is called, that's their Allah. That's Allah. That rock they kiss every day, that's Allah to them. Muhammad says it inside his Quran. And if you tell them this, they'll kill you because it reads it. They say, yo, Allah said, I seen it come down. It was 2 miles away from me. My Allah came and
You know what's interesting? Okay, I learned that before Islam, Arabia has 3 female goddesses now.
Yeah.
Lat, Al-Uzza. Yeah, that's it, yeah. And Manat.
That's their holy trinity, the daughters of Allah.
Exactly. You know, and it just goes to show, you know, how they bastardize everything. They shit on it.
Well, of course, you don't want to actually delete all of the Trinitarian writing if you're a Christian sect. You want to just reframe it in a strict monotheistic bent. Welcome to Islam.
Actually, Islam hates any religion that came after Islam more so than what came before, which speaks to the final messenger, prophet, whatever type of theology and thought, because they respect Judaism, they respect Hinduism and Christianity and so forth. They came before, so there is no denying that. But anything that came after, for example, Baha'ism and things like that, they despise.
Yeah, the Ahmadiyya Muslims as well.
Right.
The Ibadi Muslims.
The Islamic strain of Abrahamic religion is particularly antagonistic to other strains of most any religious thought, including other Islamic strains of Abrahamic thought. They're very oppositional. Like, heaven forbid you be older. The only thing that would be worse would be if you were newer.
Yeah, exactly. It's a threat to their own identity, especially if it's coming.
It results in infighting, endless infighting.
Are we ever going to get to a period where we just like drop the whole God thing, or is that just?
No,
let's find
If the Mossad knocks it off.
We would have to get to a period where God decided he wanted to cease to exist.
Well, Simon's God actually did have.
And look, it's even more challenging because if you're a Christian, like you believe that the Jews already killed God, so they're very confused.
Lou, what's your background?
That's not what we believe. What the?
You know what's even better? When you say that God gave Israel back to the Jews. God took Israel out of the Muslims' hands.
The Christians were trying to get God dead.
That's not the full belief. That's not what
God is dead.
If you believe we killed him, and you believe he's God, then we killed God.
God dead.
No.
It's the community. It's the commutative property of religion.
Well, technically, my people killed God.
Idiot who does not understand literally the core teaching of Christianity, which is what was
core teaching God dead.
No, I'm not. That doesn't make me an idiot. It's because I'm a Jew.
Covenant fulfilled.
Whoever says that to you, whichever Christian tells you, oh, the Jesus killed. Okay, if Jesus had to die, it's literally the center of our faith that he had to die for our sins. And that the gates of heaven were closed before, and now there's a chance. For you, there's no chance.
I mean, it's
chance. I'm just kidding.
The idiot who taught that to me was the Council of Nicaea, who declared that the Jews had murdered Jesus.
Yes, but that's not the core teaching. He had to die. Was this?
I mean, by definition, like, was a fatwa from the Council of Nicaea in 423.
But can
that, by definition, is a core teaching.
1 second. Can we slow down for a second? Can we unpack the need to declare?
Wait, before you guys continue, I just need to understand
that God died
in this circle. So, Jacobus, I don't think I know you. You're Jewish, and what is Lou?
I wanted to say, if somebody drinks often,
Jacobus has been around forever. You probably do know him, and he is.
Everybody knows Lou.
Really? Okay, pardon. I don't know. I don't remember. And who's Lou and what is he? I just want to understand who we're talking about.
Lou is a pepperoni Arab, a Sicilian, I guess. What are you, Catholic, Lou?
He's agnostic. He'll let you know.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a different Lou. I'm sorry, Chava. This is a different Lou. I don't know, Lou.
Lou is here to worship at the altar of Jeff. Most
Okay, Lou is to be determined.
He's my legally adopted dad.
All right, so Lou is to be determined depending on the outcome of this debate.
Okay, so what are you? What are you? Are you Catholic? I don't know you.
This is me?
Yeah, I'm asking.
Oh. Come on, boo-boo. I'm a deist. I'm not. It's.
You're a
religion isn't really-
deist?
I'm a deist. I don't believe that there's really any intervention, but I'm not.
Based. Now you just need an actual, understanding of what that even means.
Theists.
Simon, you and I couldn't be farther from being on the same page with regard to God.
I know.
Whoa, harsh.
That's what I'm saying. You need an actual understanding of what you believe in.
Well,
Maybe he doesn't know yet. Maybe
I know he's agnostic.
Based.
He is figuring it out.
Well, I wouldn't say.
Figuring it out.
I wouldn't
Better
say
than believing God is dead the way you do.
Yeah, but we just got.
Can I go now?
It's whatever.
I think God is an imaginary thing in the mind. Actually, it's words. Actually, it's not even in the mind. Actually, I think it's just words that people use. But that's
everything came from nothing.
Wait, Simon is agnostic.
Literally never made that claim.
Simon, you're
Everything always existed.
Yeah, because it can't be.
That's right.
Yeah, go ahead.
You're agnostic?
No, I'm an atheist.
Got it.
Yeah.
Everything's always existed
Oh,
forever.
our favorite person. Yeah.
Oh, Buttercup, what's up?
Papa, you know Daniel, right?
Yeah.
Papa, you know Daniel, don't you?
Of course. Daniel? Of course I do. Yeah.
The prophet?
What do you say I'm their favorite person?
Buttercup, I'm talking to Papa.
Wait, I'm confused. This Daniel? Yeah, of course I know him.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah, of course. And I
Lou was the first guy.
And I know Shava.
Right.
Oui, ça va, ça va.
Oui, ça va.
Shava, by the way, Shava is a compliment in Hebrew. It means like someone that is hot or sexy.
Oh, you know what I mean?
I thought it
I'll
comes from
take that.
Havilah. It doesn't come from Havilah.
I thought it's
It's basically kind of it's like Shava is like worth in a way, like worth it, or like she's worth it. She's like
valuable.
Yeah, in a way.
Who made this title? The song goes. The songs you did the song wrong. It's Shevet Achim V'Yachad, no?
No.
גם יחד. I think it's V'Yachad, right? In America we say V'Yachad.
I'll stick to it again.
I mean, Jews in America, that's how what's above, that's what's written.
What?
Right?
We didn't hear you.
I didn't.
Yeah, it's not V'Yachad, it's Gam Yachad.
Hey, John.
Gam Yachad, yes.
What's up, John?
Hey,
But it would mean the same thing, right, Daniel? It'd still be grammatically correct if you just said V'Yachad.
No.
We're just speaking.
Did anyone else
Okay,
sing
yeah,
it
I
with the
understand what you
V'Yachad?
mean,
Did
but
anyone
no.
else sing V'Yachad growing up? What about you, Chava? You must know the song. No, it's Gam Yachad, but I
Just
can
a
see
misquote.
why people would make that mistake.
Right.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
So Simon's an N-word, we all agree.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, obviously.
Initial vote?
I mean,
A little bit.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Wow.
oh, that N-word.
I thought Simon was anti-Nazi.
Wait, what?
I thought Simon was an O-word.
I am an O-word.
Right.
He's subjectively.
No.
Better than being the L word.
A what word?
L-word.
The L word?
L-word.
It's a show. Never mind. Go on.
How did you guys get in the conversation of, like, kosher?
What do we want?
Way before you got here, Lou. It was just with Isa.
They were fighting about the reasonability of chicken being included.
Gotcha. An oldie.
Yeah, that's what we were fighting about, guys.
Wait, so you guys can't have like chicken parmesan?
That's
What about the
correct.
watermelon?
No.
Yo, that's wild.
No
I
chicken.
know.
You guys are
The
definitely
worst
not
part
Arab
is-
pepperonis.
And
Pepperoni Arabs.
Don Blue is a no-no.
What is a pepperoni Arab? Sorry, I don't understand.
Italian.
It's pork, maybe?
Italians.
Wrong.
Oh, that's what it is.
Italians are not Arab.
For Italian, it's pepperoni Arab.
Yes. Yes.
Italians are not Arab.
I mean, every time.
We were inundated with these Italian atheists, and I wanted to discredit them by calling them Arabs.
I'm not an
Yeah, but
Asian.
I'm.
Confused. I looked at Lou's photo. I'm like, this guy does not look anything like an Arab. So.
But if you see me, I do look like an Arab.
Yeah, I'm looking at your photo. You do not look Arab.
That dude's Mexican. That's not me in the photo. That's my homie.
Oh, that's not even you. So you're using someone else.
Well, Messi's technically Italian.
Well, which photo are you looking at? The one with the 3 bikes or the?
Yeah, I can't look at the others. I'm not paying for this app. Sorry.
You don't have to pay for it. You just gotta slide.
I have to
Gotta be a
follow
friend.
him.
No, she has to follow him. Yeah.
No, oh, so
I'm blocked.
just to follow him. You don't have to pay.
You just follow him, you can see everything.
Yeah.
You're talking about Christ or me?
Yeah.
Hello, 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 hello.
Akbar.
Saddam Hussein.
I can't find a single source, even for Reform Judaism, that says the
No, I think it's just.
No, she made it up.
She's just misremembering it, and she's
Yeah.
trying to like cover it up by expanding.
No, I mean, I kind of assume maybe this was like a Reform thing, because she seems so
No.
sure about himself.
It's like a verse, isn't it?
Sure about herself.
It's Psalm 133.
Yeah. So how's anyone gonna get the letters wrong on that?
I mean, the Reform changes some things in some of their prayers and psalms.
I mean,
but
just like
apparently not
They
this
do
one.
that intentionally. They add like the mothers to the Sermon Nasri or something.
There are verses that are paraphrased or stylistically quoted, and then I'm short them, but I don't believe this one is the case.
I mean, it would be in line with what I assume, like, Reform intentions would be to change it from gum to the, right? Change it from, both being required as one thing and de-emphasizing the unity, because by definition, their existence is, taking from unity. So, like, that's why I look, and it's not there, so go figure.
But that's right on our brand. A vague memory says it as no authority, no source. This
Yeah.
worked perfectly.
I know. She fooled me again, though. That's all.
Hashtag me.
Lou, you're a millennial. It's pound me too.
I was making a rape joke.
So was Jack. My gosh.
But you're asking for it. It's consensual.
Whoa.
Inherent.
Just because I'm wearing a homoerotic tank top doesn't mean I'm asking to be raped. Thank you.
Yo, speak of rape. So, y'all ever heard the claim that King David was a rapist?
All the time.
Nothing wrong with.
So, is coercion?
I mean, that King David was a Muslim prophet, just to be clear.
I mean, if you can't rape, what's the point of being a king? Come on.
Right.
I want to be offended by what Lou just said, but he's kind of right, at least in the history of kings.
King David?
Well, not specifically.
Bathsheba, what's her face? She was into it. Bathsheba.
Aware, it doesn't really say that.
Yeah, it does. She married him, and she campaigned for her son to become king of Israel.
All right, so let me try to make it real simple. A man taking a bath openly and watches her while no one sees. And in the middle of the night, he calls people to knock on her door and bring her to her bedroom. That, I don't know. To me, that seems like a creep and a rapist.
I guess.
Why was the bath part relevant? I don't get it.
Because that's what he was doing. That's how it starts.
I mean, basically, you're saying he sent someone to her house to ask her to come.
It starts off with she's bathing and he's watching her, so he's a peeping Tom.
Right.
He's watching
he selected her. That's true.
No, he's watching her bathe. He's not supposed to watch her. He's sneaking and doing this. Who knows?
I think they were just on the rooftops of Jerusalem.
He's probably playing with himself while he's sneaking and watching her. Then he calls her with guards to bring her to his bedroom. That's rape. That's coercion.
And you feel that that was him arresting her?
No, that's coercion and rape. Forcing a woman in the middle of the night. Knock.
Jacob,
if she did not come on her own
That's
way.
just swagger. That's just swagger.
Yeah, you're talking about like sending an entourage to go pick up a girl.
What do the kids call swagger these days?
Apparently rape.
No, well,
I
Jacob
forget
doesn't
he
like
was
it.
a king.
They call it Riz.
Riz, yeah.
Yeah. That was just King Riz. Thank you.
No, that's not the same thing. Riz is like charisma. This is like a
Yeah.
It's swagger.
Swagger is a better term than Riz.
It's showing off what he can do.
But swagger and Riz are in
Swagger
fact
and Riz are
synonyms.
similar.
I would agree.
But there's no indication that she didn't consent. And
We
frankly, her
pressed
husband
but no
didn't seem
Riz.
all that interested in her.
All right.
Husbands are never interested in their wives.
So now look.
Wait.
Now Pearl thinks she's out of the loop too. So look at this, Pearl. If somebody drinks often, are they an alcoholic?
Yes.
Depends on how much they drink.
Okay, so your Jesus was an alcoholic.
Okay.
No, drinking
What about
to
my
excess is a sin.
First of
But
all,
drinking often
Well,
is
that's not how the
a
Catholics
sin.
see it.
now watch this. The
Of
rabbi.
course, that's how the Catholics see it. We do bread and wine. What are you
What are
talking
the Irish Catholics?
I got you. So what?
Never drink Jesus on an empty stomach.
The
No,
rabbis.
no,
Look at
drinking
this.
to excess is a very clear sin.
Look
Because
at
you're not in control of your faculties.
let's
All right,
make it
prove
even
that
better.
he drank too often.
Let's make it even better. So it says he drank often with sinners. The rabbi said he was a drunkard and a glutton. His mother said he was out of his
What
mind.
are you talking about? I know you're not talking about Jesus.
I'm talking about your Lord and Savior. He was a
Saying he
drunkard.
was
Why are you
drunk.
talking shit about
He was
Jesus?
a drunkard.
That's what he says.
That's what your Bible says.
The way he said, I'm talking about your Lord and Savior, Jesus.
Let me guess, you're a Jew, right? You're a Jew. Only the Jews talk
I'll
shit.
make it better. I'll
But
make
he's
it
bringing citations. He's saying there are citations that say he's drunk.
I need to know if he's a Jew. Are you a
At
Jew?
least he brings his own alcohol.
All
make
of
it
you
easy
are
for you.
Jew.
I'll make it easy for you.
It would explain
Look,
some of
look,
his
look,
granddadism.
look.
Is he a Jew, Michael?
I'll make it easy for you. Your Jesus said,
Yashka?
look it, I'll make it easy for you.
Don't talk to me. Don't
Oh,
fucking
well,
talk to me or
whatever,
I'm gonna
whatever.
leave. Shut the
Yeah,
fuck
whatever.
up when you
In
talk
Jesus'
to me.
name.
Oh, child.
Look it, look it.
Shut the fuck up when
In
you talk
Jesus'
to
name.
me.
Is so weirdly
In
heated.
Jesus' name.
You're a fucking
Hold on a
loser. I
second.
never met you. Don't talk to me. Don't say my name.
I'm starting to get the impression that Pearl's not interested in this
I'm not
conversation, and we should
interested in you
respect
and
that
the
boundary.
fucking loser talking to me, Jeff. So tell him to stop fucking talking to me. Never met
That's
him
what I
before
just-
in my life.
That's what I just did.
Thank
Mhm.
you. I guess I don't need to yell.
You're always too loud. Everything's too loud.
Sorry.
I think I need a glass of wine.
Don't forget the bracha.
Let me guess. He's a black Hebrew Israelite.
Nope.
Oh, child.
Definitely not.
Wow, that's fucked up. That's fucked up. She racist.
Why is that fucked up? What's wrong
Well,
with
I asked you
what's wrong
a
with
hundred
that?
Because she's
What are you?
implying that
You
he
wanna
can't
answer?
just be black
You
and
want to
Jewish.
hide.
She
You
racist.
don't want to answer.
She's racist.
So I have to make assumptions.
What's wrong with being
I
racist?
mean, I'm honestly more concerned with reinforcing the boundary that she doesn't want to talk to you, Jacobus, and then reinitiating the conversation.
Because she's throwing stones.
Mixed messaging
That's what Gentiles do.
No,
complicated.
because you're a piece of shit fucking
She's a
liar
Palestinian.
making up shit
Wow.
out of your
Palestinian.
ass
She's a
randomly
Palestinian.
for no reason because that's what Jews like to do. They like
You're
to
a
randomly
Palestinian.
shit on Jesus.
And you're a
publicly.
Palestinian.
Wow.
Why don't you shut the fuck
Wow.
up?
You're a Palestinian.
I'm
Now,
not
now,
racist.
because of one person who may be Jewish.
No, Michael does it all the time.
No,
Like, those are all the time, randomly, for no reason.
Well, then we have two Jews, apparently.
How dare you?
Wait, we have to choose what?
I wonder why nobody likes them. Oh, I wonder why. It's so nonsensical. Because they talk shit all the time. Stop talking shit.
Everybody likes it when you're 23.
Don't talk shit about the Christians.
I'm gonna fit Blink-182 in here every chance I get.
And then I masturbated.
We were just talking with Isa about her Catholicism and how she wanted to be more authentic than the Protestants. How's that talking shit about the Christians?
No.
Dude, what's the big deal with being a heretic? Uri is also a heretic, right? No big deal.
Representation of why most Jews are liberal, because people like you exist, so they don't want to come to the faith.
So the conservative Jew is an example of why most Jews are liberal?
No, just this guy.
I'm confused.
I said just this guy. I was talking about Michael specifically.
Identifying with rat.
Michael specifically causes most Jews to be liberal.
I mean, they don't believe in God in this case. I don't mean like liberal reform Jews.
Oh, that's
they
fine.
don't even believe. Or they're
So Michael single-handedly convinced Jews that God doesn't exist by believing in God.
He keeps them away from being religious. Yes.
Wait, are most Jews secular? Are most Jews like
Michael
atheists?
for all sorts of things, and I'm failing to get into this one.
Oh, well, you need to closer look.
He's a good one.
So
I'll give you that. I'll give him that.
Jeff, are most Jews like atheists?
Yeah.
Well, I heard like 3 people speak at the same time when I just asked Jeff.
He's gonna deny it, but it's false. It's very false. Atheists or / agnostic, about 65% of them.
I mean, if you include agnostics, I think there's lots of levels of agnosticism that Jews may identify with.
Definitely.
I would say that's so based because like that just goes to show you how much Jews actually think about the world. So.
Yeah, or there's an alternative, but sure.
There is an alternative, and I would say that that's probably of those who can be put in the box of agnostic. I would think the majority of those are not there because they ever considered the question.
I think he's saying they're spiritual N-words.
What?
No. Definitely not saying.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like what he was saying.
No, that sounds exactly like you would think saying that.
I'm interested in the citations about Jesus being drunk.
Oh, I got you right there. Let me tell you. So look, I love that part. So.
Yo, yeah, no.
The rabbis, right, and the Pharisees, they come to him. They're like, yo, Jesus is an alcoholic. He's a
what source are you quoting?
Are you using? Which rabbis? Name them.
Oh my God.
Pin the source right now. Pin it.
I'm gonna get it right now.
No, pin it before you start talking your shit.
Oh my God.
I wonder why you're the loathing of the whole world.
I got you.
I mean, we don't need to really extend like frustration with Jacob as to like anti-Semitic tropes.
So here, so watch this. So
it's a fair response.
So look.
Honestly, I always see like, is it specific to like Catholics that they're like I usually see like Catholics as like the most hostile towards Jews.
No.
You're hostile towards me. You are hostile towards me. What are you talking about?
I mean, I'm pretty kind to you generally, so.
Not you. This guy is.
Are you gonna say, Jeff, you're one of the good ones?
Of course, you're the best one, number one, and the prettiest one, and the most handsome, and the smartest.
I'm sure there's more handsome than I.
Yeah, but Jeff, you're not as smart or kind as you. It's different.
Well, I mean, thank you.
Hey, yo, how's it going? So look, so this is Matthew 11, 18, and look what it says. How are you guys doing today? Oh my God.
We're doing great. How's the weather, eh?
This guy.
It's going good.
I'm still waiting for the article to be pinned. It seems it has to be
He says he's quoting Matthew 11.
Can I read?
Matthew 11.
I'm ready.
Matthew 11. Okay.
So now, Hold on.
It seems like the source should be acceptable.
Yeah, so look, let me
Matthew 11, what verse?
Can you let me finish, woman?
I mean, you got to quote.
Why
would you let him lead? For 20 minutes.
Lead. Woman, so look.
Matthew chapter 11 is very good.
I got you. Settle down. Settle down, woman. So it's Matthew 11:18, right? And the person who's speaking is no other than our Lord and Savior. And he tells us, for John came neither eating nor drinking. And they say he has a demon. But then Jesus says the Son of Man came eating and drinking, and they say he is a glutton and a drunkard and a friend of tax collectors and sinners. So therefore, when Jesus tells us, he tells us very clearly that the people of his time is saying he's a drunkard and a glutton, and that he indeed came eating and drinking. So he confessed to this by his own testimony that he is a drunkard and a glutton.
That's pretty weak.
He said it.
It's a third-party quote. It's a third-party quote, but I will say I recently watched Chosen about Jesus, and he definitely liked his booze in that rendition.
No, he doesn't get drunk, but he drinks.
Oh, he was very drunk. He was very drunk at the wedding. He was so drunk.
I'm just saying.
He was dancing.
He was so He was so drunk.
At this point.
He was so drunk that he accidentally exposed himself making water into wine because his sensibilities were off that night. I mean, that's how the
Definitely getting high on your own supply. I think God gets the exception.
Hey, Pearl, did you see Chosen?
I did see Chosen. He was not so drunk, falling all over himself at the wedding. That's false.
Totally inappropriate.
The dude could walk on water.
He was fine. He was completely in his sound mind.
But listen,
I would have enjoyed partying with that dude. I'm just.
I don't remember this scene of Jesus.
All I'm saying is that the citation that they brought seemed to be a conversation where someone was saying, "Hey, this guy's a drunk," and Jesus.
That's not true. That's not true. McZed, the person who was speaking was Jesus himself.
Yes, and that's what I'm saying.
Hold on,
Jesus is responding. He's responding by explaining that he and everyone is a son of man, and that everyone drinks and eats.
That's not what he said. So look,
yeah, it sounds like more like what he's saying.
So look, it's only two sentences, so it shouldn't be hard. The first.
You're not understanding the context.
Close your lips.
But Jacob, can I explain the context? Because you're
woman, all right, settle down, woman. It's only two sentences. Let's see.
Who was John the Baptist? He's talking about John the Baptist. What do you know about John the Baptist?
Settle down. Settle down. It says very clearly, for John came neither eating nor drinking, and they say he has a demon. That's the first sentence. The second sentence, the Son of Man. Who is the Son of Man? That's Christ. He says, came eating and drinking, and they say here, he is a glutton and a drunkard and a friend of tax collectors.
Okay, ready? Can I respond now? So he's comparing the fact that John the Baptist was a crazy faster, devout. He would fast and be in the wilderness.
So hold on, are you saying
let me finish. I let you finish.
Let her finish her point.
Okay? And people mocked him. Jesus is saying people mocked him for being so, like, he didn't eat, he didn't drink, he was just fasting and praying, and people mocked him and called him crazy. And here I am, I eat and I drink reasonably, and people call me drunk and they call me a glutton. Meaning the message is, no matter how God's messenger act, people find excuses to reject them. That's the whole point of what Jesus is saying. You missed the whole
point. All right, so now, he says, hold on. So when the verse saying drinking here, she's assuming that this is talking about the regular beverages of water and just drinking. No, this is talking about alcohol.
No, I don't think she's assuming that.
I know it's alcohol.
I let her go. I let her go.
No, hold on. I mean, that's fine, Jacob. You can also let me go. That's how this works. So, I think you're incorrectly understanding her. She's not assuming it's not non-alcoholic drinks he's talking about. She's specifically assuming it is alcoholic drinks that he's talking about, and that does seem correct. Where I think she may be inserting and making an assumption is that she inserted the word reasonable, which isn't necessarily in the words.
That's what he meant.
Yeah, no, I think your explanation makes a lot of sense, but I mean, you are making an assumption that the text is implying reasonable.
The point is the criticism comes, damned if you do, damned if you don't. That is what Jesus is saying in a nutshell.
I tend to agree that it's probably a very reasonable understanding of what those verses are trying to say.
Yes.
Well,
so like that is crazy that he would take that and excerpt that. That's so dumb. Like you have to use your brain. You can't just take one random verse. Just use your head. Read around it before you come in a room and make a damn fool of yourself, friend.
Okay, so now I'm glad she said
Not your friend, yeah.
So now I'm glad she said that. So there's also a verse where she's trying to make it seem like Jesus wasn't fasting like John and all of this stuff, right?
Yeah, this is boring, Jacob. Why are you trolling the Christian?
Yeah, like just leave it alone because you sounded dumb. I defeated you. Accept defeat. Change the topic.
Oh, child.
I defeated you 100%.
Things are gonna get easier.
That's right.
So just move on, friend. Let's talk about something fun.
Alright, I'll let you win this one.
Okay. Thank you. You're so graceful for letting me win.
By the way, Pearl, check your Instagram.
Make me.
Yeah, I figured. Just like we said.
You're supposed to keep back channels private.
Jeff, that sanctimonious self-righteousness can only come from one place, don't you?
Hey.
Hey now, let's chill with the anti-Semitism.
I didn't say what I was saying. I'm just saying. It was just a joke. It was wrong.
You didn't say what you were saying. You're just saying.
No, because it's something
You know what I'm saying.
in the back channel. I was just meant to hurt Jeff, no one else. But I wouldn't want to hurt Jeff. I'm just joking with you, Jeff. I don't mean that.
We can be racist. Don't be anti-Semitic, though. Nothing wrong with that.
Sure. And it's honestly not true. Many that I know are not that very nice. But I also know the creme de la creme, you know, the doctors, the lawyers, they're good. Not all the lawyers are good, but all the doctors are excellent. Like a cut above the rest, really.
Oh,
that's anti-Semitic. I need to stand up for our right to be shitty doctors.
Okay, don't worry.
I'm sure there are some I'm sure there's some Jewish doctors that are not very good.
Oh, there are many Jewish doctors that are not very good. All of them under 50.
Remember, philo-Semitism is also anti-Semitic.
That's right.
But that's not their fault. It's just a generalized thing of doctors becoming too specialized.
Pearl, if you continue saying that all Jewish doctors are really good doctors, and then the next thing you know is the Christian doctors are going to be like, the Jews run the medical industry, like the Jews run the medical industry. It's going to be just like,
I don't know about the medical industry, but some sects of big pharma. For sure. But not the whole medical industry. That's stupid.
Ooh, child. Well, I mean, now do I continue in this room?
I gotta say they did a lot for medicine overall. Positive impact, huge one on medicine.
I mean, we've done a lot for a lot of things.
Yeah, but the medicine would work. But besides, like, you know, the trans center, making the first trans.
Say trend? Like a trendsetter or trans?
Trans center. They were the first to do the first trans surgery here in America.
So they said
well, here in America. I mean, you're hiding behind all the Gentiles that did it in Europe. Come on.
I don't know
it's
about
genitals. The genitals in this context.
The genitals.
They want to hide the genitals.
I don't know about that.
Actually, kind of funny.
The first to do surgery. Plant the seed, for sure. So while they've done many good things, they've done many shameful things.
No.
Right.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Right.
Self-respecting Jew would agree.
I mean, they're people. I mean, I think
that's debatable. But you're people. Whenever you do something, it's on a large scale. It's the problem.
Oh, damn. Even in Europe, it was Jews.
It's just a problem of scale.
All Jews.
So, I'm having a real conversation with you. Not all.
I mean, are you?
Some.
Are you having a real conversation?
I think she's trying to imply that sometimes the conversations are deceptive from Jews. This is anti-Semitic. She's being anti-Semitic.
Do you feel I'm being anti-Semitic?
Yeah, yes, I do.
don't mean to be.
Are you saying this is a biblical error?
I'm saying this as an individual just here listening.
Feel ossified?
Right.
Seems
What
like
about you, Lindsay? Are your feelings hurt?
100%.
Really? What about you, Jeff? Are your feelings hurt?
Are my feelings hurt? I don't really like that. Like, you get mad at
You don't love it?
Things.
Am I yelling?
Well, first of all, you're always yelling when you're talking. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean, I was real fond of hearing you saying this is the reason everybody in the world hates Jews. Like, that's a weird corner to retreat into for someone.
Attacking Jesus. You don't need to attack Jesus on public stages and call him a
I mean, he was making an argument that I think
whatever
was
you were.
You're yelling again.
Something else, I'd attack that something else. I don't care. You just don't do that. Okay, I'm sick and tired of Christians.
But I mean,
over the world. And I just gotta stand up for it. Is it my proudest moment? No, but it was defensive. So maybe I'll think twice before he calls Jesus drunk on a public stage next time.
I mean, I don't think it had that impact on him, honestly.
Maybe it will. You never know. Since you're saying it's such a big deal and it was so cruel and racist.
Wait, what hill are you dying on, Pearl?
Anti-Semitism. Yeah.
She's trying to justify her saying Jacobus and Mixed are the reason everybody in the world hates the Jews.
No, I said that's the reason that people don't become religious, to mix that.
Well, that was a latter point that you made. That was a latter point. First you said this is the reason everyone in the world hates the Jews.
Well, attacking Christ on public stages, attacking...
Well, no. What you're doing now is justifying your poor choice of words.
It is part of the reason.
Wait, shouldn't you call him the Christ? Let's be correct.
Now, Yaakov, that is a reason people hate the Jews. You want to stop in the middle of this and talk about how to conjugate the verb.
Attacking Jesus is part of the
noun.
I agree with Pearl.
You don't need to do it. What is the reason to do it? How does it serve you to attack Jesus in public spaces?
Because he said we Pearl, in fairness, the Jews don't have a long history of attacking Jesus in public or even in private. We don't much hear of it.
We don't talk about it a lot.
And Pearl, it certainly doesn't justify the hatred of Jews worldwide.
Well, I'm telling you,
for 2,000 years.
I'm telling you honestly that it could contribute. Yes.
I mean, to the extent that was something that actually happened.
I understand that.
It didn't happen, though. It's a perception that it happened.
Media is absolutely painting you as a complete destroyer, hatred of the Christians, hatred, blind. Yes.
Show me examples. Show me articles.
What do you mean? I'll send them to you next.
Yes, please. Put links in the chat.
See hundreds.
Wait, are you being serious, or is it like you really disagree with it?
Christians, the fact that Jews displaced all the Christians there, that they attacked the churches on purpose and say it was an accident.
Pearl, again with this, like I've already spent 2 hours talking to you about this.
I know, I'm just telling you what the social media is.
Pearl, you're spreading a false narrative. Honestly, I can't reconcile you again coming with this. You are making it up.
One block on Mayor Shrim and one video that's on YouTube that keeps on getting spread around doesn't represent all of Israel's attitudes towards Christians.
I would never think that it would or suggest that it would. I'm just making you aware of the social media.
We're aware of it. Yeah, but it's disproportionate.
But you're not. That's not what you did. You're now gaslighting the stage, right? Why are
I said I'm not part of it.
You're literally gaslighting the state. You literally just said this is happening when we have personally, in private, debunked every part of this claim. And now you're gaslighting the state to say, well, I didn't say it. I'm saying what's on social media. But you did say it as fact. You said it as fact.
No, I'm telling
Now because you forgot that we've already discussed it, now you're retreating into, well, I wasn't actually saying it. Like, that pisses me off. What you just did, especially while doubling down and trying to defend yourself from your anti-Semitic comments in response to Jacobus, like, none of it justifies what you did. You should have just taken the, feedback and been like, I shouldn't have said that, and left it the fuck alone. But now you gotta bring this bullshit, false narrative that's out on social media and pretend you didn't bring it as fact. You did. None of us are stupid enough to realize, to believe that you only said it in the context of that was what's on social media, and you should be aware.
That's right, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of stuff on social media that
Well, I didn't mean to, Jeff. I'm sorry. And I really did mean in the context of social media. And yes, I do get an overreact. If somebody comes after my faith, I try to be faithful. I'm very Catholic. It's very offensive to me, and I respond poorly.
The funny thing is, if rather than getting offended, you actually just did what you eventually ended up doing and let him bring the source, and then his interpretation of the Force seemed to fail, you would have demonstrated it in a far more Christian way that Jacobus was likely incorrect. All of that wasn't necessary. It was totally an unforced error on your part.
I agree.
And it was not the Christian reaction. And frankly, it wasn't even an attack on Jesus. It was his understanding, which doesn't fucking matter because he's not a Christian. And maybe he learned from you what it actually meant. Maybe from now on he will preach the gospel based on your explanation, which I thought was good. Maybe not. Oh, hey, Kalev.
Probably not.
Well, what they say, you can lead the horse to water, but you can't get them making up attacks on Christians.
Huh? It's a very famous saying.
Exactly.
It's very famous.
Yeah. Thanks, Kalev.
No, I just... accurate.
I think it's in the Talmud.
The Talmud somewhere.
Everything's in the Talmud.
Who's in the Talmud?
By the way, there's a new category on Pornhub, Talmud forums.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Talmud?
Do you know who the character
Are you
is?
Beit Hillel or Beit Shammai in the subcategories?
Oh, I'm totally Team Shammai.
Apparently, I discovered... Go ahead, Kalev.
There's a rabbi named Elazar Ben Dordai. You know who that guy is?
No.
Ben Dordai?
Ben DoorDash? What?
I heard that too.
Elazar Ben Dordai. He was renowned in his time for visiting prostitutes.
Okay. So...
Yeah, what's the problem?
And then the story about him, and then he repents, but he cries himself to death at the end of the story. But
Yikes.
How's that possible?
I mean, what's wrong with visiting a prostitute? They're people too.
blowjobs are real jobs.
The point was he had wasted his time. And once he realized that the biggest sin is wasting time, he cried and cried and cried until he
What
killed
era?
himself. Elazar Ben Dordai is probably third generation Amora.
Wow. So
Second
was he
or third
in
generation Amora?
Was he in Babylon then?
Yes.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah.
A sad rabbi who couldn't break his prostitute habit.
That's pretty cool.
That's
Who was the rabbi who went to the prostitute during the Roman sort of era? And
Oh, Jesus. He chilled.
no, no. God, vague memory of.
Flew in his face. The one where the tzitzis flew in his face.
Yeah, there's just something like he was doing something nice and reasonable, but everyone thought he was like going to her for sex, but I can't remember the reason why he was going to her. It was something above board.
Yeah.
He probably was staying at her house, so.
I interrupted you before, Jeff. I apologize.
No, you're fine. Thank you for the stories of Talmudic prostitution.
Oh, yeah.
This, too, is Torah.
Did they debate the prices? Did they debate the prices, Caleb?
No, they negotiated the prices.
I thought it would be a debate on, like, what's the value of it? Well, it's the value of, you know, the value of a horse minus the value of a sheep divided by two.
The rabbis were clearly aware of prostitution. There was prohibitions around it, but you can see it very clearly when it is forbidden to utilize a donkey that was used as payment for like a prostitute. Any payment used to purchase a prostitute cannot be used at the temple to purchase a sacrifice.
Nice.
So you had to like gold bars, or
what I'm saying is they were clearly using money for prostitution, and thus there was a specific decree that such money could not be donated to the temple.
Wait, so anything? We turn
It's actually not that similar to the way that the American government tracks terrorist activity and investment through Know Your Customer. They're doing the same thing in that you're forced into a review resulting in enforcement.
Wait, let me turn it another way. Anything that could be used as payment at the temple could not be used for payment as a prostitute?
No. It's more like this. When you donated a chair or a book or money to the temple, you would have to swear and affirm to the priest that was receiving it that this was not used in prostitution.
Oh, received in prostitution.
Yeah, exactly. Meaning, think of it as like an oath, a declaration they're making when they're doing like a nice big public donation to the public good. And then they have to say, I, of course, did not use this for prostitution.
Right. It's ill-gotten gains. Can ill-gotten gains be offered in the temple?
That's dirty money.
Right.
It was always, biblically, prostitution money is considered dirty.
The other thing is you have to realize you had to do an exchange rate in the temple because they had their own money.
True.
So, and
they have to value it.
Right, and this counts for people all over the world, right? The temple had money from everywhere, even from non-Jews who came, and they had to exchange.
Jesus didn't like that.
He didn't like the potential weights and measure corruption.
I mean, what do you want to do? How else are you going to measure all the money?
No,
The only argument against is to say that the temple should only accept shekel and there should be like a bank next door, but the bank is just going to do the same thing.
So how do you honor your mother if she's a prostitute?
What?
How do you honor your number 5?
Yeah, there's a whole thing about fulfilling the mitzvah of kibbud av va'em if your parents are despicable human beings.
Right.
You still have to.
Is that when you have to say, you have to say, oh my God, I can't.
No, it's not the melodramatic thing your mother-in-law did with a relative she didn't like anymore.
No, when you have to say Kaddish for 12 months because they were evil instead of 11 months.
I don't think anyone ever does that.
Nobody does that.
No?
You stop at 11.
I know, I just thought truly evil. He just mentioned evil, so.
So let's say your father was like a really terrible person. You still can't sit in his chair.
Right. That would be disrespectful.
That would be disrespectful. And you still have to, like, in some ways, provide for him in his old age. Even though he was terrible, right?
The fifth commandment.
Yeah, that's number 5. I used to hold up my hand to my kids when they were not behaving. Just number 5.
If you stuck around, what could he be?
in some Sidurim that I use, in some progressive Sidurim, there is, during Yizkor, there is a passage that was composed for saying Yizkor for a parent you had a difficult or tough relationship with. In other words, you don't stop saying Yizkor, but you acknowledge the difficulty, because that's real.
Yeah.
And it means you don't have to like really deny yourself your real experience in service of doing the mitzvah.
Right. That's good.
Yeah. Yeah, it is good.
I think it's bad.
Good.
What?
Thank you.
It was a horse. It was a mule. It was a horse.
I just wanted to take the other side.
The opposing view, just for the hell of it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know that?
I'm not sure where the 67% comes from, where that relationship comes from.
6, 7.
What?
What's 6, 7?
Check my
6, 7. You guys don't have teenage kids.
No, she's talking about Mom Donnie. I'm not sure how that came about in relationship to what we were talking.
Well, because you were talking
Socialists
about
are
talking
taking
about
Manhattan.
prostitution, and I was just thinking of Bandami, because the big point of contention is the fact that he wants to legalize prostitution.
Right.
He does? I never heard that.
Oh, yeah. He
totally.
wants to make it completely legal.
Oh, it's legal. It's legal in Islam. It's legal in Islam.
Exactly.
Makes that 6, 7 is a meme that all the kids are doing that comes from some video, and whenever anybody's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I don't know why, but I do it when my kids do it, and they hate that I do it because I'm
You're
old.
too old. But what does 6, 7 mean?
I don't know. I think it was a video from somebody talking about
It's a
someone
TikTok
like-
video.
Yeah, I think it's on TikTok.
This is rather amusing because I couldn't figure out why my kids were going crazy, because 6 by 7 is 6 centimeters by 7 centimeters. It's a size of a negative. So there's a specific camera called the Pentax 6-7. That's its name. It was made in 1980. 6-7.
That's what the reference is about.
And I said, my daughter saw a picture. She said, well, what camera did you take it with? I said, the Pentax 6-7. She's like, no, you did. There's no such camera. I said, okay, hold on a second. I'll show it to you if you really want. But I'm like, what is this 6-7 shit? Like, why is she laughing at a camera? Like,
6, 7.
I hope the 7 gets better.
It's called a Texas Leica. It's so large.
Oh, that sounds cool.
Yeah, I'll show you a picture of it. Hold on.
He does want to decriminalize sex work.
I mean, it's, I don't see why it should be criminalized. You have porn. Like, how's porn any different? It's just, there's a camera.
I don't disagree.
No.
I mean, he's evil and horrible, but I can't say I disagree with his approach to prostitution.
Right.
It would probably be safer, actually.
Just make them engage in temporary marriage according to the laws of Sharia, and everybody will be better off.
Perfectly legal.
Perfectly legal. Yeah.
We have the same device in Judaism.
We do? What's it called?
Absolutely. You call it. There's a legally recognized.
You need it. We got it.
Yeah, there's a legally recognized formal relationship that does not count as zanut, which would be like harlotry or prostitution. It's recognized like concubines, like what's the other one? It's called
the Pilegesh.
Pilegesh. Yeah, Pilegesh is a legally recognized relationship status.
Yes.
It roughly translates to it's complicated.
Yes.
Oh, I think I've heard of that. Yeah, I think I learned that in 1 year.
So in rabbinical school, there was a couple who was not married yet, but living together. And one of the head rabbis of the school was like, this isn't okay because you're not married. So he didn't do a kiddushin, he didn't do a full marriage, but he did one of these other recognized legal arrangements for them so that they could live together, not in sin. As like rabbinic, spiritual exemplars.
That's cool.
Yeah. Also,
So-
it's complicated.
So if you expand my PTR, can't see it in the little circle, but if you expand it to be the rectangle, you can see the number 67 on it.
We
And what's the math there?
Oh, I know. Someone said, sounds cool. So
Is that like a ratio that's good for photography or something?
yeah, it's pretty close to the golden ratio for rectangles.
That still doesn't explain what it means.
The film that it takes makes a negative.
I'm not talking about that. I'm asking what the kids mean.
Oh, I thought someone said what it meant. I thought Jeff said
I don't remember what, other than it came from some video. I think it might have come from a song.
Okay, hold on.
It might have come from a song.
Let's see.
But
The
really,
meaning
it
of
caught on
six.
because they caught on because of TikTok focusing on the 6-7 thing.
Okay. As a slang term, 6-7 is generally meaningless, and that is often the point. It is primarily a meme and a form of brain rot humor that has become a viral phenomenon.
What is your source that's characterizing it that way?
Google.
It means nothing.
Origin. The trend began in early 2025 and is largely attributed to the song Doot Doot 6-7 by rapper Skrilla. It also gained popularity through TikTok videos featuring NBA player
So exactly what I said.
LaMelo Ball, who is 6'7" tall.
There you go.
That sounds like it actually has meaning then.
I don't know if it has meaning. It has a origin. I don't know that means it has meaning.
It sounds like a person publicizing it measured 6'7".
What is the difference between having a more having meaning and having a provenance?
Having a what?
Like history.
Oh, providence.
Origin.
Providence. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. That's an interesting question.
I'm saying the publisher, the author, seems to be meaning 6'7".
It's intentionally faux interesting.
Okay, I accept.
Like the other people can take it and run with it and say that it's meaningless, but the author can still say, I'm 6'7".
Yeah.
And collect the royalty.
100%.
I like that word provenance. I was watching this really cool video yesterday where they now can figure out provenance of art forgeries made prior to 1945 because they have uranium left over from all the atomic bombs. We're talking about some famous Penny Guggenheim's painting that she had. It was supposed to be from 1910, and it contained radioactive isotopes in the canvas. And now they look for to dispute provenance, but through atomic residue.
You guys seen
what?
Find it real quick. There's a paper that was put out that had to do with like studying. Jakob, you would know this better. Like some sort of like plate that were used to scan the sky prior to us actually putting a man into orbit. And let me see if I can find it. And apparently, they're saying that like they found anomalies that they can't really explain. It sort of falls into the UFO sort of niche, but it's like a legit paper, legit study. And
post it.
Yeah, let me find it. Give me 1 second. It's very new too. It's an interesting sort of.
There's also certain metals that they require, steel, that can't be even slightly radioactive. So the only place they can find it is sunken battleships before World War II.
Why do they need steel that isn't slightly?
I don't know. There's certain medical systems that require steel.
Can you just irradiate steel?
I don't know. I just remember reading that they need steel that's has zero radiation built into it.
And you're saying they're trying to salvage old Ironsides?
Yeah, literally.
Huh.
So when is this 48 hours up?
What 48 hours?
Trump said they had 48 hours to get Israel the rest of the hostages they can get them.
That was like 96 hours ago.
No, it wasn't. I think we're close to the end of the 48 hours.
Oh, was this when he said they were going to come in and hurt them? Or like the U.S. was going to do something?
Something like that.
Oh, he's just so macho.
I was watching this video of him walking across a red carpet, and he's weaving back and forth across the carpet. And it was like from the plane to the car.
Was he in Malaysia?
No, yeah, he may have been. I think he was on an Asian tour, and it was a doctor of physical therapy was saying, I've seen this before in patients that have very small TIAs, which are very small strokes, and it affects one side of the brain but not the other, and they lose their sense of balance. And he's walking all over the place, and like I think he had strokes, and like whenever he visited Walter Reed and early in his presidency, like right before that. Like, I don't know.
It's very rare for someone to have a stroke and operate at the level that he does, though, every single day. The problem is the guy works all day long, from morning till night, sleeps 4 hours. He's a fucking vampire. Somebody who had a stroke, even if it doesn't affect
even like a very small ischemic stroke?
Even because let me tell you something, even if it doesn't affect your speech, let's say it doesn't affect the speech center of your brain, it will still at least slow you down, make you feel tired, something. You'll have something. It won't just go by with you having absolutely no idea. And believe me, he has doctors 24 hours. He's constantly getting scans all the time.
See if I can find the video for you.
Okay, so the answer to my question is 4:13 today.
4:13 today. Our time? Eastern Standard Time? Oh, that's good.
Yes. So
okay. So
in under 4 hours, according to Trump's threat, maybe under, but something time after 4 hours from now, according to Trump, we may see some sort of punishment of Gaza, of Hamas.
Oh, joy.
Happy, joy.
Oh, child, life is gonna get easier. Hello, Daniel.
I put it in the chat, Jaco.
Thanks. Take a look.
Yeah. Transient events in the first Palomar Sky Survey. Palomar? I don't know how to say that.
Guys, I meant to go in to chart at 10 a.m. It's currently 12:21. That just means I'm gonna have to stay later. Or maybe I'll just go in tomorrow. I don't know. Like, really? I could do that.
Almost.
I could go in super early tomorrow. Should I do that?
Yeah, sure.
That's an option.
Here. Look at this link and tell me if this guy's full of shit or not. The bottom one.
Let me see. Because you know they do AI, by the way.
Yeah, but I think I saw that video. I saw part of it. I didn't see the really long version of it.
That's reaching.
I think it's bullshit.
That's reaching.
You watched the whole thing?
No.
Well, I can't hear him talking, but I saw the video.
Okay, so listen to his explanation.
I mean, I know what he's explaining. He's a physical therapist, not even an MD.
He's a doctor of physical therapy. He's got a doctorate.
Okay, Yaakov, whatever you say. Trump is having mini strokes, sure.
I just
wish he was having many strokes.
Just listen to his explanation, or listen to what he's claiming, and then see. Don't just look at the video.
He's claiming ambulatory drift. I know what he's claiming, right? Does he mention ambulatory drift?
That's hot, if you're right.
No, he called it something else.
Yeah, because he's an idiot. He's not an MD.
Okay.
You do this to me.
I don't do anything to you. I just want you to hear what he's saying, the words. That's it.
I'm gonna cry.
No, fucking A. I don't give a shit.
At least give me a neurologist. Come on.
Okay, hold on. I'll give you. This is like making the rounds. Hold on. Let me give you.
Okay, so I'm sure you could find an MD that's a neurologist.
Okay.
More.
These nuts. These nuts.
You guys, Mandami is gonna win New York, Yakov. You know.
Yeah, we know that. I said he was gonna win 3 days ago when we were arguing about it.
I can't fucking believe it.
And it's not because of the Jews that he's gonna win.
I never said it's because of the Jews, but they're definitely not helping.
14%, it doesn't matter. If 100% of the Jews, if 100% of the Jews voted for him, it still wouldn't matter. Because 86% of the people.
Yeah, but you're understating the fact that they usually put their money where their mouth is.
Yeah, but money doesn't buy actual votes.
Excuse me, what about monies that you donate, to political candidates, to movements, to the party, etc.
But at the end of the day, people vote.
You can't deny that they give a disproportionate amount of power in them.
Yeah, because they rule everything.
Well, they don't rule everything, but they donate, Yakov. Come on.
Yeah, I understand, but at the end of the day, it's voters, okay? It's voters. And they haven't moved the needle. But here's the point.
Elections. You're going to sit here
yes, of course.
money does not.
Of course it does. No, of course it does. But guess what? Guess what? All of the money didn't sway the election, so it's working against you. Your own argument is working against you because he is in such a lead, okay? All of the money that you claim that the Jews are throwing at him is not getting him unelected. It's getting him elected.
Well, that's because they're for him. 67%.
But it doesn't matter because if you're telling,
it makes no sense.
No, they're not speaking. No, they're not speaking.
They're for him, not against him. They want him for New York. The progressives, remember?
No, any progressive wants him. Yes, and most progressives are not Jewish because Jewish people don't represent the majority of people in New York City.
I know that. But I'm not blaming the Jews. This has nothing to do with the Jews. I'm just telling you that Mandani's going to win New York. That's it.
Of course, we agree. But it's not because of the Jews.
I know, but you made it about the Jews. That's
no, I didn't. You did.
It's not the Jews' fault. You randomly said that.
Oh, no, I said it in response to what you were saying. No, you brought this 67% number.
That was after you brought it up, yeah.
No.
I swear to God, it was after you.
Okay, let's agree to disagree and remain friends.
We're going to agree to disagree. You made it about the Jews. I didn't even mention it.
I'm agreeing to disagree. Pearl, I like you too much to have this argument, okay?
Anyways, Mandami's going to win New York. Whether it's the Jews' fault or not, I don't give a fuck.
No, he's going to win New York City. He's not going to win New York. He's not running for governor.
Be the leader of the epicenter of the world. This fucking kid. This communist.
He has no experience.
Who cares that he's Muslim? I mean, that's not great. It's definitely not great, okay? Because this isn't just any city in America. It's the epicenter of the world. That's what New York City is. It's always been that way. You gonna let him lead? I mean, come on.
What do you mean am I gonna let him lead? I have no say in the matter.
Vote?
No, I don't live in No, I don't live in Manhattan. I don't live in any of the 5 boroughs. I live outside of New York City.
New York. I thought you were in one of the other boroughs.
I've told you that 3 times and you refuse to listen.
Westchester is not part of the boroughs?
Manhattan? No. Westchester is Westchester.
It's
Look, there are 5 boroughs. Manhattan, you lived here. Okay, well, apparently you don't know that Westchester isn't part 1 of them. So you missed that part of the Welcome to New York education brochure.
I've never been there.
It doesn't matter about being. When I was a student in high school, I never went to Westchester. I knew it was a part of New York.
Where'd you live?
I lived on Long Island. That's also not part of New York, by the way.
I know that.
And by the way, Brooklyn and Queens is on Long Island, even though people from there don't believe it is, but it is. But Brooklyn and Queens are part of New York City, and they get to vote in the election. So is Staten Island, which should be part of New Jersey, but it isn't.
I love both Queens and Brooklyn.
Okay, you can take them.
I like Forest Hills Gardens. It's my favorite area.
Yeah, Forest Hills is nice.
It's just so beautiful.
Oh.
It's amazing. It's like you're in the city, but you're surrounded by trees and nice houses. I like it.
Oh. Is that one of your, Blue, is that one of your bikes? Is one of those your bikes, I should say?
Yeah.
Which one?
The one on the right.
Oh, I like that one. What is that one?
That's a Honda.
Do you have to, like, hunch over when you ride that?
Not on this one. Not really. I mean, a little bit, but not really.
See, I like the bikes where you can just sort of sit up and the handlebars come to you. Not like a chopper, like those are stupid, but I don't like those, like, sport bikes where you're, like, leaning over, like, so much. That just seems very uncomfortable.
It's uncomfortable, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like...
What about a Harley? Would you drive a Harley? You sit up in it.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Not the new electric ones. They're destroying that brand slowly or quickly, depending on your point of view.
No, Harley Davidson is over 100 years old.
So old, yeah.
It's part of American history. It's so ingrained in us. Harley Davidson, and it's falling out of fashion. It's falling out of fashion. Is this why, Yakov? Because they put out an electric one?
Well, I mean, it didn't. Their diehard fans would never go for an electric one. Yet they should have left the electric bikes for the Japanese. Like, I think you have core principles. Like when Lamborghini comes out with an SUV that looks like a Lexus, or that looks like a what's the Nissan upscale, you know, like Toyota has Lexus and Honda has Acura and Infinity. You know, the thing looks like an Infinity. It happens, Bentley has the same thing. They've got an SUV. It has round lights like a Bentley sedan. It's like for 250, 300 grand. Like, it's so brand inappropriate, and would never have greenlit that project. They should just be making high-priced sedans, you know, that weigh a ton or 5 tons, you know, and driven by a chauffeur or someone who likes to drive those kind of cars. But never in my wildest dreams should Lamborghini or Bentley be making SUVs. It's
my God,
disgusting.
You're so right. You're so right.
And that's, you have to be core to your brand values, and that's why Harley should not be making electric bikes. Until the government says they have to make them.
So they made the electric bike a few years back, and nobody liked it. Completely flopped. Like, they sold none of it. Literally none, because anyone who likes Harley Davidson, the whole point is that...
What do you hear the sound?
The way it sounds, exactly. It's literally the way it sounds.
On the electric bike, did they put a sound generator on it?
No. I think it's just silent.
Yeah, that's like stupid.
How much would that suck, being on a Harley that doesn't make noise? It's like a lion.
Yeah, like when you rev it, it doesn't make any noise. You know?
It's a lion with no claws, and they can't even, like...
Yeah.
Can't do simple tasks.
I mean, you can make some street bikes be really quiet, still have a lot of get up.
Yeah, I know.
The guys on Harleys are mostly gay, to be honest. I know that's like an unpopular opinion, but I ride basically exclusively street bikes, and I don't race, but I kind of like race a little bit. And these guys and I'm in Arizona, so there's a ton of bikes out here. These guys don't know how to ride. Like the guys on Harleys there's a lot of guys on street bikes that don't know how to ride too, but these guys they don't really know how to ride. They're kind
What
of
do you mean?
Well, there are rich people that buy bikes that they go and to live the lifestyle. You know, the best way to do is to buy a bike from a guy who bought one like 2 or 3 years ago and then like barely uses it and decides to sell it because he's not using it. So you get a bike for like a third of the price of a brand new bike. Same thing with boats. You know, people buy boats and like 2 or 3 years later they realize, what the fuck, why did I get a boat? I barely use it. It's barely used, and then they sell it and you can buy it for half to a third of its price.
Yeah.
I don't know about that, Jakob. I gotta tell
yes.
you. But I know, but boats don't appreciate that fast. You wish they appreciated that fast.
I said depreciate. You buy it for a half
That's
to
what
a
I'm
third.
saying. That's what I said. I said boats do not depreciate that fast. I wish. Boats remain expensive as fuck. So expensive.
My friend flips them. My friend
50
buys.
to 100,000.
You don't want to capsize. That's dangerous.
Funny joke.
You have no idea.
You missed the joke. You missed the joke,
I
bro.
got it.
That was a good joke. I like
No,
that.
you haven't had to buy a boat recently, so you don't know. You don't live on water.
No, a friend of mine lives on the Atlantic Ocean in Portchester, New York. Guess what? We have an ocean near us, and his business is buying boats from people who, got the boat fever, and 2 or 3 years later, the wife makes them sell it because they're not using it. It's costing them a fortune in docking fees, cleaning, storage, everything. Maintenance once a year is cost $8,000, and it just costs a fortune. Then he buys them at a deep discount, flips them. So he's, to Lou's point, he's flipping them and making a good profit. So there's money to be made.
That is a very
He's hoeing them out. It's boats and hoes.
Boats is all about boats and hoes.
Yeah.
Why we have
prestige worldwide.
Get rid of one. But the thing is, Jakob, any little thing you need, like I just needed a tarp for my speedboat.
You have a boat?
Oh, child.
I have 3 of them.
Holy shit, Pearl.
I have a pontoon. I have a speedboat. And I have it's kind of like a fishing boat, kind of.
Oh, fuck,
It's all geared and stocked. It's so nice.
Holy shit, Pearl.
My favorite is the pontoon. I like to chill. I like to chill.
You like to motorboat?
I love to motorboat. You motorboating son of a bitch.
That's right.
That's right. I hope you understood the joke.
I mean, yeah, I did.
Okay.
He knows how to float the boat.
So, and then we have 2 jet skis too.
To
That's
what?
on the water. So the maintenance on these things.
That is not water. Lakes are not waters.
Lakes are definitely water, Jakob. What I mean is I have docking fees. I have etc. Every time, like for the winter, they have to winterize.
Barely get waves, so that's not water.
They have to winterize the boats. They take them all out. They store them. Then they bring them back in the summer. They also have to disinstall the dock because, the lake freezes. So they have to take the whole dock out of the water.
I know.
And then in the summer, they bring the dock again. Like, you have no idea. It's so expensive.
Oh, I know. I spent some time in Traverse City, I know.
Traverse City is...
so nice, so beautiful.
So fucking nice.
I love it up there.
Wow. Would you compare it to somewhere in New York?
What?
Is there somewhere like it in New York, like the Hamptons or something? Like, what would you compare it to?
Traverse City is the Hamptons or the Martha's Vineyard of Michigan.
Okay. Yeah, I love it.
Or it's like the equivalent of Lake Champlain, area. Or, even Buffalo, because Buffalo's on a Great Lake.
Buffalo?
Buffalo's nice. Everyone thinks Buffalo's disgusting. Rochester's disgusting. Buffalo's not bad.
Really?
Yeah.
Why? I thought Rochester was supposed to be nice.
Rochester's a fucking dump. All the Eastman Kodak's gone. Xerox is gone. It used to be an industrial hub. It used to generate a lot of wealth and a lot of big houses, and now it's just poor people.
You say it used to be predominantly white, and then now it's mostly black. Is that what you're saying?
I didn't say that, but
But
That's not what happened.
It sounds like that's what happened.
I
Respectfully.
mean, there's a couple good universities still there. RIT is there. Rochester Institute of Technology. It's for the people who don't get into MIT.
Oh. Well, I mean, I guess they're number 2, right?
Number 2, or WPI was Worcester Polytechnic Institute is also right up there. And then, of course, Caltech, you know.
I always thought it was cool
Stanford.
that BB went to MIT.
Yeah, he got 2 degrees at MIT.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen his. When I was there, I saw his thesis.
What do you mean?
couple
Went
other
to
things, too,
MIT,
didn't he?
Yakov?
Yeah.
Are you
Doxed.
serious?
Doxed.
No way.
I told you that before. You just forget. You forget the details.
I knew that. I was thinking about it. I always remember the things you say.
Yeah. Okay.
I listen when you speak, Yakov.
Yeah, I know. I appreciate that, Lou. Thanks.
I listen.
You mostly yell, respectfully.
Yeah, you're a yeller. You must be a screamer too.
That's a
Hey.
Oh, child. That's exactly what I was going to say.
Ooh, Yakov, you're getting a little...
Oh, spicy. Yeah, I know. You gotta be careful. The wife will hear me.
Wait, so was I yelling? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, you really were. You were. It's not that you're yelling. It's just you get slightly irrational. Like you're a really smart person.
Well, she is a woman.
Yeah, you just don't listen to your own arguments, and then you double down. You double down on your own arguments, and they're not
What do you mean? My argument was correct with that guy, and I won.
All right, no, okay, fine.
That's not true.
Okay, now you're tripling down.
Yeah, but I was correct. Even Jeff said I had a justifiable answer, and the guy.
No, the second argument. No, the Jeff was talking about something else. I don't want to get into it again, please.
Yeah, the anti-Semitic stuff, I didn't try to defend myself. Come on. I wouldn't do that.
No.
I'm not a dick.
I didn't say you were.
Yeah. I mean, I can be.
You have dick potential. You have a very high dick BDE potential.
Really?
Oh, child.
Big dick.
It's a big dick energy.
Big dick
But no, BDE.
BDP?
No, BDE.
That's big dick energy.
Potential, but then you have to add the P at the end. Potential. You know, and you know what? My wife works in Wall Street, and one day she comes home, and they said, she said, I'm a BSW or BSD. I'm like, what the fuck is a BSD? Like, yeah, they call me a BSD, and I had to look it up. It stands for big swinging dick, but she's a woman. But it's like when you have the right attitude and you don't take shit from anyone.
Yeah.
There was a time on Wall Street when you could throw all those, like the trading floor. Oh my God, they were just yelling at each other. Oh, you fucking cocksucker! Oh my God.
Perfect with that.
Oh my, yeah, you would fit right in. Now it's like a politically correct thing. You can't say shit about anybody.
No, I know.
Oh yeah.
Over there.
You don't understand that. When I lived in New York, my friends were all the Wall Street people. I don't know why, but that's just the like the trader. I don't know why I became friends with them. Probably because my friend was friends with them, and that's how I was introduced to them. And
so your friends were fucking them? Is that what you're saying?
How
what?
Your friends were laying them.
No sex.
How long were you in New York City?
About a year and a half.
Why didn't you stay? What happened? Why didn't you stay?
So.
Couldn't hack it? Like, I know the doctors are really top notch here, but you seem to be pretty good. What happened?
No, it had nothing to do with that. I just had some clinicals there. It was like part of my school, and then I was finished, so I had no reason.
You didn't want to stay? You didn't want to stay in the doctor capital of the world?
I was only supposed to be there like 6 months. I extended it to more like 13 months.
I'm not buying that.
Well, it's not for sale.
Yeah, it's not for sale. I lived on like 43rd and Broadway-ish.
That's like a disgusting place. Who lives there?
It was fucking horrible.
Yes, it's like a disgusting place to live.
No, it was very nice in the middle.
It's not a but it's not a residential neighborhood.
I know, but there's a lot of residential towers on the far ends.
Yeah, I know, but still.
And it was very, very, very expensive. I just happen to have a friend who lived there. Yeah, I just happen to have a friend who lived in that building. Anyways, so they had a doorman. There was a doorman. The building was gorgeous, beautiful. The units were stunning. The only problem with New York is nobody has a balcony. Why don't you guys like a balcony?
Some do, but not a lot. You're right.
Yeah, like what do you guys have against a balcony?
People jump off them, It's like a preservation thing. The psychiatrists won't allow it. This building code, they just take a 34-foot header. It's just.
Oh my God!
We would be scraping people.
I had these enormous balconies as part of my unit. Huge, beautiful balcony, and people jump off them all the time. Apparently, I didn't know that, but people.
People like to get off in various ways.
Why do people like to just jump off the building? What is wrong with these people? It's a terrible way to go. Like,
you think so? I don't know. I mean, like, look, if there's going to be a way to go that's self-inflicted.
You're so fearful. Hold on, you're so fearful. Let me explain. Yes, you die before you hit the ground because you're so fucking fearful. You want to die like that?
Wait. I think you pass out. What do you mean fearful? What does that mean, fearful? You die on the way down. You pass out.
Like you literally die of shock. Like your body just goes into shock. I don't think you pass out. You die before impact. Just passing out you could just pass out. Doesn't mean you die.
How do we test this theory?
I don't know how they test it. They say many times you die before impact.
I think they need to wire somebody up who says I'm ready to jump with like a EEG, like an EEG.
That's a good idea.
And put an EEG monitor and a belt.
Isn't this sort of like doesn't this fall into some sort of like evolution theory with psychology? Like, how does the mind interpret something like this? Because like there's for example, does it go well with the whole idea that you don't die in dreams? Because if you wake up, because if you were to actually be in a dream that you think like you're about to die, you actually would die. Isn't that like a urban theory or some shit like that? I mean, it would make sense. So there's an idea that like you never actually die in your dreams because.
Oh yeah, I've read that, but I don't. I don't know about
it. It kind of fits if what she's saying is
it's a protection. Yeah, it's like a protection mechanism.
Yeah. I mean, look, if you actually die before impact, I don't know if that's true, but if it is true, I don't know why that mechanism wouldn't be applied in a dream state unless the brain.
But even if you don't, impact is instantaneously. Like your brain's just scrambled eggs, in a millisecond.
Oh God.
Yeah.
So bad.
Why is there what is it really protecting if there is this protective measure in this context where it is instantaneous?
I don't know, but you gotta be careful what you put in your head. That's all I can tell.
Okay, so now I have to write a ChatGPT thing, but I have to say, I am doing research for you have to word it in such a way that says, "Oh, I can't tell you about suicide."
Jailbreak,
right?
Yeah, jailbreak, exactly, and doing neurological research.
I don't know about the dream thing, but I can tell you what you put into your head can affect your health. That's true.
Is this like a blowjob joke? I don't get it.
Like, let's say you're sick. Let's say you're sick, right? And you're just completely hopeless. You have no support system. You have no emotional support, nothing. You will absolutely die sooner and faster.
Yeah.
Multiple studies prove that, like, things like meditation, prayer, being around people all improve health outcomes. So there must be a psychological component.
Absolutely, yeah.
That affects our health directly. Because it's all about hormone balance, what hormone is spiking, if cortisol is spiking, etc.
This is kind of similar on a different scale to
cortisol
placebo.
spikes so high, could your stress level spike so high that it can cause an event that can make you die? Yes. Absolutely. Somebody came in.
Doesn't it call a heart attack?
Yeah, so usually, somebody came into my, Yaakov, get this is a crazy case. This Middle Eastern guy came in, 48 years old, he had a heart attack. They went in through the cath, something very strange. He only had 40% blockage, but he had soft plaque. So just for reference, we don't touch it unless it's over 70. But everybody has, especially if you're over 45, 50, they have some plaque. If that plaque is soft and your blood pressure goes really, really high, your heart rate goes really, really high, you're stressed, you're yelling at somebody, could one of the plaques rupture because of that stress? Yes. The answer is yes, directly. So can stress kill you? Yes. Stress can kill you. By the way, this guy works out 6 days a week. He's like, I work out 6 days a week and it didn't work. That's what he tells me. I'm like, oh, really? I'm like, do you smoke? What do you think he said? What do you think he said, Yaakov? Do you think he smokes?
No,
he works out 6 days a week. The guy works out 6 days.
No, he doesn't smoke.
Of course he smokes.
Yeah, but wouldn't you see that in the lungs? Didn't you do an X-ray?
Of course he smokes. He's Middle Eastern. No.
That's just a grand categorization. Middle Eastern people, they all smoke.
A lot of them smoke. No, it's just funny what he's saying. Like, I work out 6 days a week and it didn't work. Well, he also has a 38-year pack history. Like.
38-year what? Like cigarette history?
Yes. 38 pack years. That means he's had one. He's a pack-a-day smoker, and he has 38 pack years. That's how you do it. If they had like half a pack, he would have, half. 15, 19. He would have 19 pack years. So yeah. So like, what is wrong with these people? It didn't work. Well, what about the smoking part? You can't just work out 6 days a week and say a Hail Mary about it.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, if someone very similar to that came in and they had 10 pack years, would it be automatically, what else could it be? It must be the smoking?
No, things are a contributor. There are multiple risk factors. Smoking is one of them. Family history is another.
Yeah.
If you have history of stroke or clotting disorders, that's another risk factor.
There's not
is a huge risk factor. Yeah. Diabetes is probably the number one risk factor.
Not a lot of research, but it says the forensic and physiological evidence strongly supports that the fatal event in a jump from height is the impact deceleration rather than death in midair from shock or sensory overload.
So it is they splat on my face.
Yeah, because you're falling at 9.8 meters per second square.
There's no way they measured it.
Yeah, you're right, but yeah, there is no way. So it's all
myth.
Yeah, it's all myth, and they said it's highly unlikely that you die from shock.
Even a heart attack.
The article just said it's more likely to happen if you're prone to if you're prone to passing out, then you may pass out, but not everyone's prone to passing out, and you're probably free falling for about a second and a half. Probably not, not a lot of time. Good.
And then it's all over.
Maybe you can do some testing for us and go to the Burj Khalifa.
People that jump, people that jump and then don't failed attempts of people that jump. I never even considered that.
Yeah, so let me ask you that.
Failed attempts. Well, yeah, because like in theory, shouldn't there be like almost no failed attempts if they're trying to kill themselves?
There was a guy who fell from a plane and landed in a tree. But I don't know.
I heard about that.
Yeah, and he
I think it was a lady, wasn't it a woman?
Yeah, something.
Landed in like a barn or some shit.
Yeah.
How the fuck do you explain that, man? Wow. Is that wild? Imagine just falling out of a plane. I just, hey, you live.
I think she was whatever you call it, a skydiver.
I don't think she had a parachute on. Or didn't deploy. Otherwise, what are we saying here then?
Right.
What's the significance?
Let's see.
Child.
I guess it would make sense because you would want your last moments to be floating in air and just chilling, feeling like an angel, and then it's all over. Because, if you just jump out of a building, like you said, it's 2 seconds. Why are you guys talking about this?
I don't know. Lou brought it up. Talk to him.
Did I bring it up?
Kind of.
Yeah. Yeah, I was talking about creating life. You were talking about...
Yeah, Lou.
Or the potential to create life. You got some issues you need to talk about? We can pretend to be psychiatrists.
Well, I did some...
Yeah, Paul can write you a prescription.
I could be a therapist.
Oh, did you do a rotation in psychiatry?
Of course, you have to do a very long fucking rotation in psychiatry. It's one of the cores. It's literally...
Did you even consider psychiatry, or is it like...
Psychiatry is a core, just like surgery is. That's how big it is.
But so in all of your rotations, which ones grossed you out the most? Like urology would gross me out.
I'll be honest with you, nothing grosses me out. I'll be honest.
No, but which ones did you just dismiss? Like after you did each one?
No. There's no rotation that grossed me out. But
I meant that turned you off from exploring that career.
I'll tell you what that does gross me out. 2 things. Orthopedic issues, meaning popping a joint in place, popping a joint back in place. The most disgusting. The sound.
Yeah, and my doctor told me never try to do it like in the movies where the guy just slams his own body into the...
I would never even touch. So nasty, gross. I would do. Oh, and eye things. Anything to do with the eye. Oh, like...
How about those people who deal with dead pathologists?
Pathologists are cool as fuck.
Oh, really?
Lit. Very smart.
But how about urology? Did that turn you off?
Proctologist.
No, I would be the dick doctor. I dreamt of being the dick doctor, but it would just be too
That's the problem. If I came to you as a dick doctor, if you were my dick doctor, I would have a real serious problem seeing you.
Yeah, and then nobody would tell me the truth.
No, it's not that they'd see the truth. The problem is it'd be rather embarrassing.
Yeah, exactly. So they would either withhold it, right? Which is, and then I can't treat them. I
had to go to the dick doctor last week.
Like, are you talking about like blue pill stuff, or?
No, that's your GP. No, that's your GP. But like incontinence and all sorts.
There's so much fear with like heart patients about their dick. Like, oh, am I gonna die if I use my dick? And then also you have to understand, most of my patients are older, so they're all having like dick problems. And so I hand out the Viagra like candy. Viagra is safe. It's fine. As long as you don't do a bunch of drugs and coke with it, you're okay. You're sticking your stand.
Wait, how many milligrams? Are you at 50 milligrams or 25? 100? My doctor said he wouldn't give me more than 50. He wouldn't give me more than 50. Are you serious?
100 minimum.
Can you send in a prescription to my pharmacist for hundreds?
More than you think.
What?
You need more than you think.
I guess so.
No, because you also have to okay, so like, by the way, beta blockers are like a huge offender.
Isn't it? I thought the blue pill was essentially a beta blocker.
No, the beta blockers absolutely interrupt sexual function. No, Viagra kind of acts like the similar way to a nitrate would act. Like it causes vasodilation.
I thought that's what beta blockers do.
So beta blockers, they do in a way, but not really. They sort of slow down the heart, and they slow down your like fight or flight response, let's say. Like when you want your heart rate to pick up and you're getting hype and all of that, they slow that down. And so the part of getting an erection, maintaining an erection involves that response. Beta blockers tamper that response, which is good for the health of the heart, but it's not good to, stay hard. This is a problem. I don't know if don't you take a beta blocker, Yaka?
What are common beta blockers?
Metoprolol.
No.
Metoprolol. How much do you
take labetalol. Is that a beta blocker?
Labetalol. How much do you take?
300 in the morning, 300 in the evening.
Damn.
My blood pressure was through the fucking roof. It was 200 over 100.
Oh, man.
Actually, that was during a procedure, and they said if you don't get it lower, you can't have anesthesia again.
Yeah, of course not.
So then I took that down back to 120 over 80.
That's good. Any other?
I have a hot cardiologist.
Did you make that problem not happen or something? It's nice to have a hot cardiologist.
No, she got me in the right medicine. She's married. She's not gonna do me in their office.
I doubt she would.
Don't rule anything out.
One.
Lou, I like your point of view.
What did Lou say?
He said, don't rule anything out. Oh, child. When you said that.
What are you saying?
Oh my goodness. That's funny. How hot is she? What does she look like?
Yeah, tell us more.
Do you have a Jewish cardiologist? Yeah,
She's Malaysian, married to a Jewish guy.
Oh, child.
Yeah.
Love that accent.
I got yellow fever. I have yellow fever. You have yellow fever?
Yellow fever.
Dude, I got it bad.
You've never heard that phrase?
Of course. I just didn't think they would so readily admit to it. It's an epidemic.
Oh my God, I have fever for any color woman. When I went to college, I'll tell you this story. This will make you guys laugh. I went to college, 1981, and my dad said, "Okay, you're going to college. Just don't be with any black chicks." I'm like, Dad, what the fuck?
Oh my God.
He was such a racist. He was like such a fucking racist.
I think that's good advice, respectfully.
No, but. And then, of course, I met my wife. So I say to her, I met this really hot girl. She goes, where's she from? I said, oh, she's from Africa. And he almost had a heart attack. She's from Northern Africa. She's from Morocco. So she's about as white as you can get.
Yeah.
And so, of course, we get married. Everything's fine. And then, in 1990...
You got married?
Of course, yeah, we've been...
Moroccan?
Yeah, we've been married for 38 years.
I didn't know your wife was Moroccan.
I've told you this, but you don't remember shit.
She yells.
Yeah, you've got to listen more and speak less,
That's not true. You've never told me this.
I have told you that. I am going to go back through our chats and see if I did. At any rate, so I think in 1987, when we got married, went to Israel, there weren't any Ethiopian Jews. But in 1997, I went back with our temple group, just the guys. And man, I have to tell you, the 16-year-old Ethiopian chicks, they have like skin that looks like light chocolate. It's like this color, I can't describe it. And they were in army fatigues with M4s over their shoulders. And I was like, man, if I saw them in college, of course, they never marry outside of their group. They're just only marry Ethiopians. So occasionally some of them do, but I would just be like, that would be the best way to get back at my dad, is to bring home an Ethiopian Jewish woman. Because he was like, you gotta marry a Jewish woman, you can't marry a black woman. So imagine if you found a black woman that was Jewish. Oh man, that would be hot. My dad would have like freaked, he would have had a heart attack on the spot and would have need to see you, Pearl.
I thought this was a yellow fever story.
I said I like every color. I just said I like every color, and then I said, I have to tell you a funny story. You're not listening either.
I don't discriminate. I mean, there's a few black girls that I have found very attractive.
He gave him sound advice.
Oh yeah, you've been with some black girls?
Like, it's not. It's, to be honest, it's not like it doesn't mean you can't have any of them, but like I don't know, dude. It is what it is. I don't know about yours.
Who was the most interesting?
Well, like, as far as like groups.
Yeah.
I've always been drawn to the Middle Eastern girls.
Oh really?
Yeah.
You want me to? You guys want to get a private room and I can leave this? The Chaldeans. The Chaldeans.
My ex was Turkish. I've been all over the Middle East with women.
I'm Iraqi. I'm sure you've never dated an Iraqi girl, right?
No, I don't think I haven't dated one.
No.
No. Can't say that I have.
They rarely date outside too, but they're doing it more and more.
I mean, I fucked in Iran.
Are you doing it more and more?
Oh, child.
Yeah, but not with the Jews. Maybe I'll go as far as Greek. That's it.
Yeah, no, you're not going to go outside the Christian faith. But
no.
I think we can find a nice Jewish boy who could take care of you.
Oh my gosh, I know. The thing is, Jewish guys in my city in real life like me.
Of course they do. Why wouldn't they?
And they love an educated girl, which is so cute.
Of course, we're not into stupid.
I know. Why not?
Because after you get done screwing, you gotta have the conversation. And if there's nothing there, come on.
But I'm a good conversationalist. They love it.
We don't want stupid chicks.
Well, Middle Eastern guys do. They don't want.
Well, I can't talk for them. I'm talking about Jewish guys.
I know, but they don't want an educated.
Yeah, they want a fucking camel.
Yeah, exactly. I think an educated girl will give up money or something. Like, what is wrong with you? Don't you want your kids to be smart? What? Don't you want your kids to,
I think they want their kids to get married. That was a Muhammad joke. Sorry.
What are you? Are you Italian? Where are you? Are you Middle Eastern?
Yeah, I'm Italian.
You don't like Italian girls?
I had it. So funny enough, I went on a date last night with an Italian girl.
Oh, how was it?
It was good. It was fun. It was interesting. It was different.
That's fun.
Yeah. We're both like autistic. She's we almost clicked like too much in a. I don't know. I'm not
scary
sure. No, like in
Like you're the same.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Isn't that a good thing?
What's your background, though? What is your ethnicity?
I'm Italian. I don't know if that's a good
Northern,
thing.
Southern,
like
Sicilian.
Middle Eastern girls and how nuts they are. They're crazy Middle Eastern girls, but they're very beautiful and caring.
My experience with the Middle Eastern girl, I mean, I have come across a crazy one or two, but
yeah.
So I've been fortunate. My experience with the Middle Eastern girl, they've all actually been pretty good girls, actually.
Yeah, they're good girls.
Are you Northern Italian, Southern Italian, Sicilian?
I'm not that. close to my roots, if that makes sense. Sort of,
no, I get it. No, I know.
So I don't exactly know, but it's I'm pretty sure it's. What's the difference?
What's the difference? Well, all the Northern Italians hate
No,
Southern Italians.
I know that. I was thinking, like, in my head of Iraq. Like, what's the difference between Iraqi women and like Iranian women? And
well, look, you get Iraqi women divided into three categories: the the Sunni in the middle, the Shia in the south, and the.
Excuse me, that has nothing to do with how you divide Iraqi women. That's stupid.
I didn't get through dividing them in the north.
John, why don't you let the Iraqi
more like
talk about
physically.
Iraqi women?
Hey, let the geographer talk about the Iraqi people.
It's not about, come on, Yaakov. He's talking about the women and how they are. Okay? So Iraqi women and Iranian women, what's the difference? Iranian women are a little bit more liberal. Overall. They are. They're just a little bit more liberal. But we have a lot of similarities. We're similar. Iraqis have a different spice. They're a different flavor. They're a little tougher than Iranian women.
Okay.
Yeah, Iranian, but they can also be very soft and gentle. They really take care of their men. Like, they do everything for them. The whole world's their oyster.
Is there a pearl in the oyster? Huh? Oh wait, is that a clam?
They raise their men up, if that makes sense. Like, they just
they get them hard. I get it.
I need some of that.
Usually women tear down the men. Iraqi women build them up, for the most part. Especially if they love them. Like, if you show an Iraqi girl love, she'll love you, like, really love you. But they can also be just tough and, a terror. Mini Saddam Hussein. Scary. Scary. So, not for the faint-hearted, let's say. But they're very good girls, and they're very loyal. So, approach at your own risk.
Good, loyal girls seem very risky.
Like, if you're not, like, if you're somebody who could be dishonest, or you try to, like, pull a fast one on them, it will not be good for you. Like,
that's what I like about, like, I don't know, I'm not really into the women from the West or the white girls. I like that about, at least my experience with, I guess you could just say foreign people, women who are not from here. They seem to be more, there's less of, like, the bullshit and, like, shadiness. I don't know if that, I mean,
we don't do that, and we also don't like it when you do it either, though. So that means there's, like, a certain accountability. But the thing is, men, listen, when you hold a man high, even if he is not so inclined, he will become that thing just to be with you. Like, do you know what I mean? I'm not saying a man will change, but he might be the best version of himself, let's say. And I feel like Middle Eastern girls bring that out in men. Like, they push them to be the best version of themselves in a gentle way. Like, not in a degrading way, in a gentle way.
Yeah, my ex was like that. I would say she brought out the best version of me. Sure.
So what happened with you guys? Is it a sensitive topic?
Too soon. We just broke up like 10 years ago. Nobody ever gets that joke when I say it. No, it's
so funny.
I would say it was mostly on me. It was mostly my fault. I have, like, how do I say this? I think ultimately my first relationship was always going to fail because I do have trust issues and, like, insecurities, etc. But had I met someone else and went through that experience of like having a relationship, because she's the only girl I've ever like had a relationship with, like been in a like boyfriend girlfriend kind of thing, committed, to this day still, and so I don't know, to be honest. I definitely, it sounds horrible to say, but I wanted to experience, like, there was a part of me that wanted to still experience certain things before I settled down.
They expect you to get married to them, yeah.
No, that's the thing, like, we wanted to, like, we planned on getting married, like, we were in love, and,
Okay.
And then we slowly...
Did you cheat on her?
Huh?
Did you cheat on her?
No, I would never cheat.
Okay, good.
But there was like there's a part of me that had like desires to want to do certain things, and I was younger, and
with other women?
Yes, but like also just in general.
I'll let this date continue. I gotta go eat lunch.
Okay.
You guys have a good date. We know how it works out.
Jesus. So
I wanted you to stay.
What?
I wanted you to stay.
Oh, I'll put headphones in. I'll just listen, okay?
Okay.
No, it's hard to explain. I mean, there are certain things, like if
she wants me, Lou. Did you hear that? She wants me.
That's right. She wants you to stay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're my favorite on this app.
Oh, thank you.
He doesn't need the Viagra anymore. That'll do it. I don't know. I honestly, who's in this room? Is it just us?
Viagra's just for rounds 3 and 4. You know.
I don't know who they are either. Fuck it, it doesn't matter. So yeah, there were certain things that I thought I wanted to like explore and do.
That was a good joke.
I missed it. What was it?
So did
I said Viagra's only for rounds 3 and 4.
Wait, Viagra's what?
Is only for rounds 3 and 4.
1 and 2 are all natural. 3 and 4, goddamn. Yeah. Anyways, it just didn't work out. But I would say that there was I definitely dropped the ball on like doing things to make shit more exciting, if that makes sense. Especially like in the bedroom. I definitely. Yeah. Yeah, it was like one of those things where I don't know. It was.
Why? Was she not hot to you?
Oh no, she's she's sexy as fuck. Yeah, like unbelievable.
How did you drop the ball in the bedroom with a hot chick?
No, it got like it lost it lost that like excitement, if that makes sense.
You have to be spontaneous.
Dress up for you?
Lou, you have to be spontaneous.
No, we were still fucking. I'm just saying, like, there was things that I guess I could have. Huh?
Was boring?
No, it became too like routine and not like. How do I explain this? Not.
Why you don't have sex before you get married?
And also, too, another thing, a side note, which this didn't really affect the relationship overall, but at the beginning, it really sort of did kind of like fuck me up, but I never let her know that it fucked me up.
What fucked you up?
She couldn't come from penetration, and I didn't like know that was a thing. And I loved eating her pussy. But I didn't know that was a real thing.
That's actually
a lot of women
can.
Yeah, I didn't know that, and
I'm not one of them though. Just for the
it's good to
I didn't know. Because I don't do that kind of stuff. Go on.
That's right. But so yeah, this also kind of contributed a little bit towards like it becoming routine, because I like to just be able to. It was a nice like convenient thing. Like I loved eating her pussy, and I would just go down on her, and then I get to fuck. So it would be like.
So it wasn't a big deal, but apparently a crush too.
Well, no. So at the beginning, when I didn't know that was like an actual thing, it sort of I was like, is this her way of telling me like?
She's not into me.
No, because when I would eat her out, like I could tell like she's coming, like for sure, 100%. But when we would fuck, at the beginning I thought she was coming because she loved it. And then when she told me, like I don't come from penetration.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean she doesn't love it, though.
No, I know. This is what I'm saying. It had no impact overall on the relationship, but it did fuck me up at the beginning. But I didn't let her know that it fucked me up because I didn't know it. I was like, is she lying to me? Is she trying to be nice and say, it's like, yeah, I just can't come from penetration. I was very new. I don't have a whole lot of sexual experience with a bunch of different. I think my number's 14 or 15. But at that time, she was I don't know, numbers 8 or something like that.
And you just felt like there could be more than this?
And I was completely in love with this girl from the moment I saw her. The moment that I saw her, I was in love with her. I knew okay.
This could count against her, the fact that she doesn't come from penetration.
No. That's not what I'm saying. No, maybe I'm communicating it poorly. No, there's nothing that she really did that could count against her. It was mostly me. That's what I'm trying to say is that I definitely handle things. I would handle things much differently as I'm 34 now. I was 21, 22 at the time. And just if I ever do get in another relationship, I'm not sure that I will. But if I do, there's certain things that I kind of learned going through a real, it's about as real of a relationship as it can get. We both were planning on getting married, so it was pretty serious. But yeah, I don't.
So what happened? She couldn't come from penetration, is what you mentioned. So far.
That was a side note. Yeah, no, I don't know. We always we would fight. We were the kind of couple that we were when it was going good, it was going fucking amazing. But it could get pretty bad, pretty bumpy every once in a while. And then when that sort of stopped, when the bad was just kind of not really as extreme and passionate, then I don't know. We became too used to each other. We spent too much time around each other. So
how long did you date?
About a year and a half, but from
together all the time.
Literally all the time, because so I helped her. Her brother owned a business, and then he owned a distribution route, and then he bought another route, and that's why she had actually moved to Arizona from Chicago. And I literally just I would go work with her all day on her route, and then I had a night job.
What do you do?
Well, back then or now? Well, now it's irrelevant. But back then, what was it? I was working at Extra Innings. I was a college athlete, so I was doing shit with baseball at night.
So this was back in college. What do you do now?
I'm in sales. Still in distribution, or at least my most recent contract was with distribution.
Wait, was the brother's route that was the bread route?
No. So no, totally separate. It was a snack route with Snyder's and Mission. Yeah. But that's how I got introduced to the whole that industry of routes in general. So yeah, he bought a route for her to run. That's why she came out here. I worked with her every day for about 9 months. Then I bought a route, and we bought a house together. Her brother,
wow.
her brother.
And you?
Sort of it was I don't know how you'd explain it. Had things worked out, it definitely would have been something that I would have benefited from too. Once it got sold and whatnot. Yeah, her family, dude. Her family. I can't say anything. I loved her family. Her family loved me. Yes. They completely embraced me.
You or what?
What's up?
Did she break up with you or you with her?
No, I broke up with her, but I didn't actually truly want to break up with her. I was immature. I was being immature. I did want to break up, but not forever.
You just wanted to fuck her up.
No, I was more so kind of sick of a certain something, and I wanted to make a point.
You were sick of her not coming when you fucked her.
No. This had nothing to do with sex. Jesus Christ. My God. You're asking very specific questions.
This is the first thing you mentioned.
She's asking the questions I'm thinking about.
Well, so so the reason I mention that though is because I think, look, if we were fucking the way that we were fucking when we first met, I know that I would not have gotten so, I don't know, how would you say this? Like, just used to like this routine, like, oh, it's just another day. I don't know. I mean, I can't imagine that. I mean, I was crazy about this girl. Like, I don't ever go after women, like, other than for sex. I was crazy about this girl. I knew without a doubt this was going to be the mother of my children.
Wow.
And I pursued her, like, hardcore. I'm like a very...
I don't get it.
He got bored. He achieved his goal. He fucked her, and then this is why Middle Eastern women, you're not supposed to have sex before you get married.
Look, to this day, I still, like, she's Turkish.
Turkish.
Yeah.
It's not Middle Eastern.
Well, yeah, okay, so I'm American. Anything over in that area that, like, is, I guess, Arab or Muslim, I call Middle Eastern, okay? If it's not Asian and it's not black, it's Middle Eastern for the most part, or, like, Russian. So just, understand.
There's Latinos. They're different.
Well, okay, but, yeah, I'm not really into Latinas.
Yeah, I know, because you're racist. You're not the black girl.
Yes, I am racist. Nothing wrong with being racist. Look, it's not racist if you don't want to, if you're not sexually attracted to a certain group of people. I mean, come on.
I know.
But I am racist, but a little bit. But I can't stand black women. I really can't. But not for racist reasons. Just the way they act. Anyways, I mean, they're horrible. You guys all see it.
Oh, wow.
Come on.
Not all of them.
No, of course not all of them. There's no sort of characteristics or trait or behavior that you could ever apply to all of anything.
Okay.
Is Jacob talking to me, or are you talking to me?
I don't know if he's talking to you. I completely
Sorry, you're like really muffled, Pearl. It's hard to hear you.
I'm sorry. Is that better?
Yeah, that's good.
I'm sorry.
It
will make sense. You're Italian. The Italians are kind of, you know.
Go ahead, be racist. I'll let it out.
No, they're very racist. They're racist against their own, the northern and the southern.
Yeah, I know. It's funny when Jacob told this story earlier. I remember when I was, I don't know, probably 9 years old, and my grandfather, may he rest in peace, is like the epitome of like a ladies' man. Women loved my grandfather. Very good looking dude.
My grandfather was the same. He was very tall.
Yeah. And so he would always, whenever he would talk to me when I was younger, even as an adult, you know, one of the first things I know, so you got a girlfriend? I can't do his voice. But when I was like 8 or 9 years old, one time he said, oh, let me ask you something. I was like, what? Like, would you ever marry a black girl? And I was like, yeah, sure, why not? He's like, really? I could tell he was like extremely disappointed, which was hilarious to me, and I kind of like judged him a little bit for it at that time, at that age. But no, like I get what he was asking.
When's the last time you dated a Middle Eastern girl?
I haven't like dated or like just. Well, I guess it really doesn't matter.
Well, are you offering yourself up, Pro?
No, I'm just curious as to how long ago this was.
Oh, like my ex? Like how long ago was that?
How old are you?
34.
So you're finding about this girl you met her 14 years ago.
She was the love of my life, yeah.
Is she married with kids now? Have you figured out her social?
Yeah. I'm over her. Yeah.
No, but have you followed her and seen what she's up to?
I don't. Not really. I mean, like I know. I'm friends with her brother, so it's like I kind of have an idea of what's going on in her life, but no, I don't talk to her.
And you're not married?
No.
No.
that's like a complicated sort of question. I would love to be married with because it's like one of those things where if you ask like a typical person that, it's kind of like, oh, do you like the idea of marriage? I treasure the idea of marriage. I think it's a very, it's, how would you say it? What's the word in the religious terms? It's like, it's
sacred.
Sacred, yeah. And I take it very serious. I will not marry someone that I'm not, like, absolutely, this is, until I die, et cetera, et cetera. And it's something that is, like, it's before God. That being said, like, I just don't, the likelihood that I find someone that I think fits that criteria for me, which would be way out of my league also, and also someone that I'm willing to, like, just jump into being completely vulnerable, because I do have, like, trust issues, and I'm weird like that. So it would have to be someone that I am, like, I accept the idea that, like, just even going into, like, dating them, not like, okay, this girl could completely destroy me and break my heart.
Okay, so here's the thing. I worry about the statement, I have trust issues. That could mean a lot of things, and let me just explain. My ex had, quote, trust issues. It translated to him calling me, like, hundreds of times a day. Like,
hundreds? Oh, man, I would have dropped in a heartbeat.
No, I'm not like that.
Didn't believe me when I would say where I am, thought I was somewhere else, and I never gave him a reason to doubt me.
Yeah, no, I'm not like that. The trust issues for me, like, is just, it sounds very weird to put it this way, but this kind of is what it is. I was like this with my grandfather. As he got older, I sort of adopted a stance where it's like, well, if I stay a little bit farther away from him, it'll be easier to lose him when I lose him. I was wrong about that. It is weird, I know. But yeah, my trust issues are not like a control freak at all. It's nothing like that, and it's not maybe some level of insecurity is like involved, but it's not like what you're I know exactly what you're thinking of. No,
yeah, okay. Like so it's not that you don't trust.
It's more I won't allow myself to like fully.
You won't
like,
allow
commit
yourself
for someone.
to be right, and you won't allow yourself to like be committed and vulnerable.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's boring.
It is actually. Yeah. I wish I wasn't this way.
Yeah.
I really do wish I wasn't, but.
Boring. Could do better than that.
Sorry?
That's very boring. You could do better than that.
Well, I mean, I can still fuck. That's a totally different. It's like I'm talking about love.
Yeah, but what is that? Well, it's so empty. You come, then what? Sex.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that, like, sort of. When we first broke up, me and my ex, I really was like, okay, I'm gonna go to town now. Fuck it. And I did for a little bit, and
good.
It was fun. Don't get me wrong, but like then I started to realize, like, okay, like I am someone. I guess that like I do. When I was in college, it was just pussy fuck, no big deal. But like I do need some sort of a connection with someone.
Of course. Okay, so what you're saying is the connection was dying.
Yeah, in that relationship, yes, but also like moving forward in life, like especially now that I'm a bit older, to like reiterate your boring comment. Like if I don't have a connection with someone, like I'll just jerk off and like that's it, and then I have no interest in hanging out with them again. So yeah, my sex life is not quite as fun as I guess it could be. But it's kind of by choice in a weird way.
So do you have a connection with these girls, or you guys just fuck?
I haven't had sex in quite some time, actually.
I was going to ask if you're into the hookup culture, but no.
Why are you?
No, I wish I was. I want to be, but I'm just not. I don't like the online stuff. It's very...
terrible.
It's weird. The online stuff is weird.
It is weird.
Yeah. I had a very bad experience. The last time I met someone off of online.
What happened?
Oh God. So it was a Tinder girl, and this is probably, I don't know, like 7 years ago. And her pictures were of her. Like, it wasn't a total catfish. It was her photos. Like, that, she was the person that was being displayed in the photos.
Yeah, but she was just 50 pounds heavier?
Yeah. So her photos had to have been before the McDonald's breakfast all day menu.
And so, you know, I've always thought they need to have a service that validates the photo with the person. So it's like a third-party validation to say, yes, this is her as she appears last week.
I don't know if that would be as profitable for, like, the dating apps are it's a bizarre sort of situation for just from like a business.
Yeah, I know.
They don't have an incentive.
Right, but that's a letdown for you. You're less likely to go back if people pull that shit.
Yeah, but guys are more likely to, pay and, okay, well, next one, it's a numbers game. I get what you're saying, but it's, they don't really they actually have an incentive to create, I guess you could say, an effective hookup culture. Like, that's their best outcome is two people, like on Tinder, that they have enough connection or attraction to meet up and fuck, but not enough to actually like have a meaningful connection.
You meet up and she's 50 pounds heavier because
this is separate. Yeah, I was just pointing out
Right. Okay. So sorry to interrupt.
No, you're good. So her and I were chatting for, I don't know, like a week or so. I was excited to meet her, to be honest. Like, I actually went to go meet her, which most of the girls, I would chat with them, and it's very rare that I would actually go and meet a girl off, even if they were hot. I don't need a dating app to get attractive women. And so I go. It's Christmas Eve. Okay. She's drunk. She calls. Yeah, it's a wild story. So she calls me. She's drunk. She's at her parents' house, and she's like, "How about you come pick me up? We go back to my place, her place, and just." Like, well, fuck, yada yada. That was understood. And then you just have to bring me back in the morning, so she can be there with her family to open Christmas Day gifts or whatever. So I'm like, it's like, okay, yeah, whatever, cool. So I go to pick her up. She's standing outside. She's got all black yoga stuff on. It's dark. I don't know if I would have had the balls to just drive away. If I was able to stay, I wouldn't have the heart to do it, to be honest. But she gets in the car, and I can tell. I'm like, oh no. But I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll have a couple beers. We'll drink. Maybe I'll let her suck my dick or something. So we go back to her place, and when I see her in the light, I'm just like, I just wasn't attracted to her. I just wasn't physically attracted to her at all. But I still tried. I was like, fuck it. Let me, I'll get a little drunk. Maybe. No, well, that's what they, look, I don't like putting someone in that sort of situation where I'm telling them, I'm literally not attracted to you. No, I get it. I understand, but it's still something that, I feel uncomfortable. I don't know. It's just how I am. I don't get off on telling, I'm out of your league, bitch. I don't like that. But you're absolutely right, though, Jakob. I'll get back to that. So, anyways, so for about an hour and a half, we're on her couch in her living room, and I'm, playing the whole, I'm sleepy, I'm kind of tired. Well, I wasn't tired at all. My adrenaline was pumping, so I was like, I need to get out of this. And so I pretend to be a little drunk, and she's like, okay, let's go to bed, let's go lay down. She kind of got the hint. And so we go in her room, I lay down, and I'm very, methodical, and I really, I don't know, I needed to execute this perfectly. So for a half hour, I laid right next to her. I observed her breathing patterns. Once I was pretty confident she was asleep, I was like, all right, let me do a dry test run. I'm going to go to the bathroom, make enough noise that would simulate me exiting the room and exiting her apartment, and I want to see if she's a light sleeper. So I go to the bathroom, I make these noises, I come back, I get back in the bed. She seems to be like she sleeps pretty heavy. I wait another 20 minutes just to be just to be sure. And yeah, no, well, it's terrible, it's horrible. And then I get out of the bed, my shoes are like by the front door. Bro, I just booked it, man. I got out of the room, I got my shoes, I didn't even put them on, and I just ran. I just ran. And yeah, I fucking...
Yeah, she ghosted you. You didn't ghost her from the phone, you ghosted from her house.
Yeah, I did, which I felt horrible because oh, this girl, it's gonna be Christmas more. I don't know her relationship with her parents. I don't know, maybe they know their daughters.
Oh my God,
they obviously do. I found this out later, but I didn't know this at the time. So I'm I just had to do this. This poor girl is she's gonna wake up Christmas morning. I left her. She's gonna have to I don't know if Uber was. I don't think Uber was a thing back then. She's gonna have to explain to her parents why she wasn't. I felt horrible. I felt horrible that I had to do that.
What did you have to explain to her parents?
6 months later. Hold on. 6 months later, I'm on Tinder again.
She's there.
I see her profile. Same exact pictures. She didn't change nothing.
Why? What is she supposed to picture of her as Shamu?
Well, no, okay, but here's the thing. So she knows, she understands, she's playing the numbers game. She knows that, okay, most dudes are going to come through. They're going to be like, okay, whatever. Fuck it, I'm here. I might as well beat. So she knows that most dudes are still going to fuck regardless. So, no, that's what she does. So that's what it is. I don't hate her for it, but I don't feel as horrible as I did initially. Because I really felt awful, dude. I felt awful.
Hilarious.
But yeah, it's a good story.
It's a good story. I have a recent dating one that's not as good as yours, but it's very recent. So there was this guy went out on whatever. And he looks kind of hefty in his pictures. Jakob knows this story. When I saw him, he wasn't as hefty. He's a stocky boy, but he looks good, because he's tall. He's 6'2", so he can hide it. It's not that bad. It just looks nice. Men can get away with it. Women cannot. So that's fine. So I told him on our second date, I was like, wow, by the way, you look a lot more slim in person than you do in pictures. And I could tell he didn't love the comment. And he mentioned that his ex-wife always used to buy him things in size medium, even though he sized extra large.
That's passive aggressive.
That's so passive aggressive. So right away I was like, oh no, I don't know, dude, because I'm pretty shallow. But I mean, he's
You're shallow.
Good looking. I'm very shallow. I'm very, very shallow. And I'm very strict. Here's the thing. I'm super strict about my own weight because my brother has basically the cycle about his weight because he used to be a fat boy. So it's just it's very much ingrained as part of our culture to discuss weight in a very gauche way. Being fat for us is it's very bad. I mean, I can't even compare it to anything. It's like being socially retarded or something. It's really bad. It's considered the height of sin, gluttony, and you just have no control over yourself. You have no control over what you put in your mouth, aka you have no control of your life.
Literally how it should be viewed, though, with the rare exceptions of people having some.
No, but there are plenty of fat people who do very well in life, right? They do well in life. They're fat, but they're good in life.
Yeah, but that's besides the point. It's
I'm just saying that's mutually exclusive.
Yeah.
Being fat or skinny shouldn't determine your worth, but for us, in the Middle East, they're very.
I think
The thing about Middle Easterners are very intense about this all around. Even though a lot of them get fat, you're not allowed to. You're not supposed to. And now with the era of Ozempic, there's no reason for anyone to be overweight. There's a magic shot now. So.
Well,
But anyways, I could tell, like, right in that moment, I was like, I don't know if he's gonna make it. He might not survive me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard.
So was he buff in his photos? Like, why was he sensitive about? Was he buff in the photos, but like, or is it?
No, he looks very round in the face, and he just looks a little, you know, like a big boy. But listen, for men, weight is different. Weight is more acceptable on men for whatever reason. It shouldn't be, but it is, right? Women really can't be overweight, unfortunately. No. It's just not attractive.
Well, unless they want to date, I mean, look, there is a group of people that it almost heightens your ability to get mating partners. If you're into black men, weight isn't an issue at all. You can let it all go.
I'm not into black men. I
didn't think so.
I'm Middle Eastern.
You seem like you. Yeah. You're a self-respecting woman. Of course you are.
Oh my gosh.
Wait.
No, I've just
Pearl, but when people ask where you're from and you say Iraq or Middle East, then they're like, not fucking way.
Not really. If you see,
I didn't know you were Iraqi. I didn't know. I honestly thought you were Jewish for the longest time because like they let you get away with so much shit in these rooms. Like I found out today that you weren't Jewish.
We call her shit out all the time.
Hey, look, I like you.
You know how hard they are on me?
She definitely doesn't get the Jewish treatment. We
bro. Look, let me tell you something. I've heard this woman say things that like look.
Well, they're not even
what
she says.
Look, hold on. Let me just say.
They're not
a lot of the shit that you guys, you know, I get it's a sensitive time, but a lot of the stuff that you guys get all up in arms over is like it's not that. To me, I'm just like, I don't see really, like, if you're gonna dish it, you need to be able to take it. So
we don't dish a lot on other people. No, give me examples. Honestly, we don't. I don't think I do.
No, you don't. You're someone.
He's talking about the collective room.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Even Jeff. I love Jeff.
I'm the pearly. They know I mean well. These people know me very well. That's the only reason. I wouldn't say they let me get away with a lot of shit, but maybe to the outsider it would appear so. But that's just because they know me very well and they know I mean well. They know my intentions. These are people who have known me for like over 3-4 years. So like they know I am one person.
I factored that in. I thought you were Jewish the whole time.
No, that's hilarious. No. Why do I sound like one? I'm nice.
No. The points that you would.
Yeah, she's Mizrahi.
Hold on. The points that you would bring up, for most of them, I agreed with, and sort of have very similar sort of issues with things that were going on. However, they weren't you weren't being labeled as like a terrorist support and all these crazy things.
Well, it's all about approach and how you word things. You just have to tread carefully.
Look, I when I'm around people that I like, I just, especially in this sort of context, I just don't bring it up. I like those guys. We're not going to agree.
I know, but on those sensitive topics, you're talking to a group of my Jewish friends, so I'm cognizant. I know what they're not going to take kindly to. There's certain tones and approach. You could say the same thing. See, this is what people don't understand. They are not opposed to differing views. They're not a monolith. They come off like one, but they're not. They're very reasonable. But if you come, it seems like you're coming from a tone or a place of disrespect, they're not going to take it well. Same thing, same comment. They won't take it well.
I get that.
That's how you say it, and you have to understand they're always on the defensive, so they always think they're being
100%,
attacked.
Right. No.
Usually
and that's something I've learned over time is actually, that's what's been really interesting is that it's like, I went from a point of thinking kind of like, okay, like it's, not to call, say victims, but I got to a point where I'm like, okay, it's reasonable for them to think that basically anyone that's opposing them, like, actually wants hates Jews. I've gotten to that point where it's like, okay, I kind of see, I understand why they operate the way that they operate. I sort of used to see it as maybe like, okay, this is like, you know, a tactic kind of thing. But in, what do you say? I don't know how to exactly how I would say it. In a more like in a degrading way, where they would sort of do this as a like, haha, we're better than you, which I do think that they do think that, but I don't have an issue with that. I think all groups
My
of people
sister
should think.
was saying that last night.
I don't have an issue with, especially when they do. They do, but there's nothing really wrong with that.
So
I don't see
here's
what
the
issue.
problem with that.
Every group should think that about themselves.
And here's the thing, every minority group in this country generally does. Do the Chaldeans think they're better than everybody? Some definitely do. We're the closest. We speak the language of Jesus. I mean, our clout is extensive. We created everything. We created the wheel, the alphabet, astronomy, astrology, math, linguistics, everything. The law, the first written laws, we wrote them. So our clout is extensive. And of course we think we're better, but it's a survival mechanism. It doesn't mean anything. When there's a group that has become a minority, it is literally a survival mechanism to believe that you are better than everybody else. It helps with your survival, believe it or not. So whether they believe it or not is irrelevant to whether they believe it's true or not.
I mean, they do, and I think like they, you know, if you remove like any sort of moral
That's what they're taught.
They actually are. I think that they are.
That's what they're taught.
Well, no, I mean, but I think like this is. I have a very and I don't really speak about it, but I have a very like odd admiration for them. Actually, I think that they are better than everyone else. But again, you have to strip the moral sort of stuff.
I don't.
Yeah, I do. I don't think that they're necessarily a very moral group of people.
I think they're all different.
Actually.
I think some of them are good and some of them suck.
Well, of course, yeah. Of course, that's the case.
Yeah,
with any group, some of them are.
Anyone. But what they do have
as a group, what they're able to do, in the way that they're able to like propagandize, and the way that they're able to not infight in front of anyone else, it would seem.
They infight in front of me all the time.
That's why I thought you were Jew. Just like they actually like they handle you very differently.
Are their core beliefs similar? Yes, their core beliefs are similar. They have different.
Look, they are able to operate amongst themselves and help each other and like do things as a community. Like that should be a blueprint for every group.
Italians are similar. You know, they call the Italians the Jews of the Catholics.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what they call you. So they call you. That's their name for you. It's a high compliment from them. It really is. So similar, just not as famous. So, and not as successful. And then also not as opposed and you know, just disliked by masses. Everybody loves the Italians. Everybody loves the Catholics. Everybody loves us. See, the problem is that pressure. You know, that pressure. That is that's the driving force. You know, the chip on their shoulder. It's not necessarily that they're quote unquote smarter or better. It's the chip on their shoulder.
They have a lot of control. They have like they have a lot of control. They have a lot.
Where?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
They have an extremely disproportionate amount of power and control, and that's like my hat's off to them on that.
Where? In politics? In Hollywood? Where? Everywhere?
I mean, basically,
well, that's
I wouldn't say everywhere.
You're anti-Semitic because you.
I wouldn't say everywhere. I see this as like an admiration. Like they are highly successful. I don't see this as a bad thing, but I don't talk about it because there's no way that I could communicate to the ones that I like that would like they wouldn't think that I'm being like an asshole. That I hate them for it, but no, I mean, dude, they're highly influential. What's been very interesting with I have some friends that really do like they just absolutely hate Jews. Like I do have friends that are like that.
A lot of Catholics are like that.
Yeah. It's been interesting with the last couple of years to see it's everything I've seen over the last couple of years leads me to think, well, maybe they don't have as much. They definitely don't seem to have as much power as my friends thought they did, because you see the narrative that's coming. Like, you see what's circulating, and the how would you say, the way they're being viewed on a global scale. Certainly, if they controlled the media the way my friends believe they did, I just don't see why they would. Yeah, exactly.
What the fuck happened there? I thought they controlled the world. They can't even
exactly.
CNN.
Exactly. So that's what.
How about I tell you that? Do you know that the editor for the New York Times is a Lithuanian Jew? He's a Lithuanian Jew. No one talks more shit about them than the New York Times. So even when they're in control, it happens under their own watch. I don't know. It's a weird thing. That's another layer to it. Some of it comes from them. Some of this anti-Semitic shit that you see comes directly from them. It makes it a little more complicated.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. A lot of it.
Yeah, it makes it a little more nuanced. You're just like, what the fuck is going on here? Why?
Yeah. You could quickly just say, oh, it's controlled opposition. I think that is the case for some of it.
I don't know, dude, but a lot of it comes to, because yes, okay, yeah, you can say maybe it's others, they can't control the narrative, but they're sitting, a lot of them are sitting as the editors-in-chief. They have enormous influence at the news networks too. So I mean, take what you will of it. I don't know what to say about it. It's the progressivism, I guess. You know, it's probably a progressive agenda. I feel like they're more progressive than anything else, especially in places like New York, which is why the vote is so high. But, I mean, Yakov doesn't think it's a big deal because they're only 2-3% of the population and they can't swing the vote. But I think he's understating the power and influence part. The fact that they could donate money, the fact that they could throw fundraisers, and you know, it's more than that. It's more than just
kind of interesting. I don't know why it's small. I don't know why they are to win if he is going to win.
67%. 67% of Jewish New Yorkers aged 18 to 44 are for Mandami. He's going to win.
So I agree with Yakov on that is mostly like irrelevant. I'm more like kind of shocked that just from where they're pushing their money to influence the campaigns, ads, et cetera, why they would let him win.
Not just let him, they want him.
That's what it seems like. That's what it seems like.
No, it doesn't seem like it. It is it. Look at my PTR, the previous PTR before this one. It has that stat. That stat is true. 67% of New York support him. Why? It's a good question. Why?
I can't see.
The reason is because they're very progressive. They like his progressive ideas.
Hold on.
Click my PTR. It's a picture of
I don't. Yeah, I see now. I don't know. That's.
Yeah, I know. It's shocking, right? I understand. I understand you're shocked.
But why is? I mean, they've the progressive left. They've completely lost the progressive left. I know the progressive left's assuming a little bit different than just the progressive Jewish side, but.
The progressive left is the progressive Jewish side. They're one and the same.
Well, no. Well, I mean, the progressive left makes up a lot of people. I'm sure. Yeah.
The Jews are a small part of it, but they definitely help drive it.
Well, they absolutely are the source of all momentum. Yes, 100%. They do drive it.
Momentum, some.
A good amount of it. A good amount of it. Let's be honest.
They're activists. They've always been activists. For better.
I'm talking more about where things are being funded, who's funding it, shit like that.
Yeah, the funding. You got to look at the funding. I'm worried about it. I don't want this guy to win. Listen, if he was a progressive,
that's what I don't understand. I don't understand why anyone. I know very little about this guy.
Why? Because he's running on the platform of free transportation, free housing.
I know. He's a communist and all this socialist bullshit. That's not going to work.
Obviously, we know
Yeah,
that
I
won't
know,
work.
but you have to understand that no one in New York owns anything. They're not like us. They don't own any property there. They just rent. So they would elect someone like Mandami just to see it burn. They literally do not give a fuck. They just want somebody to pay for them to live and eat and drink. They don't want anything else.
Yes, but what's interesting is the middle upper class people are the ones that are apparently also voting for him, which that's what is weird. They're the ones, like, why would they don't really have.
You know why? Because because this country is more puritanical than people would have you believe, and they really have a problem with homosexual allegations. They really do. I don't know what it is.
Wait,
With Bill, it was a huge deal. With Bill Clinton, we made the biggest deal out of it, even though he was the best president. But we make a really big deal out of affairs. We make a really big deal out of affairs.
Yeah, we like to pretend like, oh.
Oh my good. Like, not everybody in the whole fucking world cheats on their wife. Like, come on.
Hillary was obviously cool with it.
No, but listen, they don't. Not every husband cheats.
She wasn't even fucking hot either. Although she looks pretty good now, Monica.
Listen, Monica's sexiness was multifactorial. No, it had nothing to do. It's not just how she looks, how she was, how she acted. Have you ever read the Kama Sutra? Since you seem to be a sexual connoisseur, have you ever read the Kama Sutra?
I know a little bit about it, but no.
But you never read it. Okay, if you read it, a lot of people don't understand this about the Kama Sutra. A very small portion of it is about sexual positions, few pages. Most of the Kama Sutra is about what you do before you even touch, how you sit, how you speak, how you angle your body towards them, weird things like that have nothing to do with sex or touching each other. It's basically foreplay. The whole book is foreplay. 80% of it.
I sort of had that.
So that's what Monica did very well.
But that's also, hold on.
That's what Monica did well. That's my point.
Yeah, but the foreplay, I thought the Kama Sutra foreplay, sort of all these different things, was more along, it's two individuals that, like, they know that they're going to engage sexually. Not some sort of, like, I'm gonna.
You don't think Monica saw, but you don't understand. Bill back then was hot as shit. He was extremely smart, tall,
he's very charming.
strapping, very sexy.
And look, I would have fucked the shit out of Hillary back in the day. Dude, I always thought, back in the day, though.
Hot back in the day, dude.
Dude, she was fucking,
beautiful, gorgeous.
I'll look past the fucking her, like, cutting dead kid's face off, if that's true. Back in the day, she could get it.
She was stunning.
She's fucking intelligent, too. Like, highly intelligent, and that shit turns me on. I love that shit.
Wait, what does?
Like, a woman that's attractive and, like, highly intelligent. I love that shit.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, most men don't. They want a stupid girl.
I don't know why. I want, I like to be stimulated, not just in my balls or my dick. Like, my brain needs to be stimulated. I enjoy that.
Maybe Catholics are. Maybe Italians are the Jews of the Catholics.
Maybe. I don't know. Is this, I don't quite get the joke, but yeah, she's fucking, she really fell off, though. She didn't age all that well.
No, white women age very poorly. This is notorious for. Middle Eastern women age very well. My mom's still hot.
You guys do, You guys do.
My mom's still pretty hot, dude. It's not bad.
Yeah, I believe it.
Yeah. She's blonde. So
the
what do you think
Latinas also don't age very well.
Oh, they don't?
No, well, they don't. Post babies.
Yeah.
Post having children, they, like, blow up. They get fat.
Oh, really? Mom was skinny most of her life. She only put on a little bit of weight after
but you're not
finished
Latina.
menopause. Like after she turned 60. That's what because it's hard. Things metabolize differently after you turn 60. You're just like, but,
Want something? You earn it.
yeah, Middle Eastern women age well. I guess black women age well. Black don't.
They do. Yeah, they do actually. Yeah.
Jewish women, I don't know.
Asian, I'm pretty sure Asian age well.
I don't know if Jewish women age well. I have no commentary.
I don't know either.
I haven't seen.
Also, I don't know. Allegedly, they suck the best dick, which I've never. I don't think I've been with a Jewish girl. If I have, I didn't know that they were Jewish. But I don't really see the connection. I don't get it.
Why would you sleep with a Jewish girl? You're Italian.
I don't know. In a weird way, it's like a getting back.
What do you mean getting back? You don't think you got back at them enough during the Crusades?
Well, that's not me. I wasn't alive back then.
I'm just saying. Well, you also learned a lot. So what are you getting back at them for then?
I don't know. It's a like weird taboo thing. I don't know.
That's weird. So would you degrade her?
No.
Oh, okay.
Unless she wanted to be degraded. But it depends. So like, I don't know where my line is with that kind of stuff in general.
I'm sure your line is fluid.
What? Fluid.
Yeah, it's like
I don't have a whole lot of experience with the BDSM stuff. That's what you're talking about.
That's because all the girls we were with were boring.
I mean, some of it seems very interesting. I've been on Fat Life, but like some of it is I know
some
immediately.
Some of it's very weird. No, the light stuff, the normal stuff, not the crazy shit.
Well, this is Well, it's what is crazy, and that's sort of area. I don't know. Crazy talk to some people.
Crazy is when you have to act like a slave out of the bedroom. To me, it's a little much.
Out of the bed, okay, yeah.
Out of the bedroom, like you have to maintain
that's odd.
being a slave.
I have a friend that's into that, and I have a hard time, like...
It's trauma. It's just trauma, you know that, right? It's just a manifestation of trauma.
I'd imagine, the women that would, like, go along with these things, probably, but women are different. I don't really look too much into that, but I don't understand from the male perspective. Like, I can't disconnect like just the horny side of me. Like I don't know how he does this.
Why would you want to disconnect that?
That's what I'm saying. This is where it doesn't make sense. Where it's like, why are you giving them tasks like during the week? And like, why? What do you mean she's in the cage and then you don't have sex with her? I don't get it.
That part. Yeah, that part is weird too.
Yeah, I don't get it. It's like, okay, like the nut needs to come out. If this isn't about like busting a nut, I don't know. I don't get it.
Because see, that's the thing. That's another thing that you missed in the Kama Sutra. That sex is about more than busting the nut. Have you ever heard Joe Rogan?
For sure. I don't disagree with that.
Have you ever heard Joe Rogan talk about post-nut syndrome?
Post-nut clarity?
Post-nut theory, post-nut syndrome, whatever.
No, post-nut clarity?
Post-nut clarity, yeah, that's what it's called.
Oh, yeah, I have a hardcore, like...
Yeah, understanding of that. You know why you're having post-nut clarity? Because you think it's all about busting the nut. That's why. That's why you get hit with that. And that's why your heart drops and you're like 1,000 stones and you just want to get the fuck out of there. And you realize that everything you did to sleep with this girl was stupid because now it's all gone.
So I don't know. So that's why this post-nut clarity thing is kind of why I've concluded that I need to have some sort of connection with someone. Because when I do, I don't get the post-nut clarity.
Of course not, because you love them.
No, it doesn't even have to be love. It doesn't have to be love.
But it would be nice if it was love. What's wrong with love?
Oh, of course it would be nice if it was love, okay? But like it's love is a very rare thing that should be like it should be absolutely cherished when it's real. But it's something that like I don't think you should not you. But I don't think it should be an expectation. I do have it as my expectation for like marriage, and that's why like I don't think I will ever get married because I do think it's a very rare thing. I don't know. I'm not someone.
Well, listen, you're Catholic, so.
I'm not.
Okay, you're not Catholic. You were. Maybe you were raised.
I was like brought up sort of Catholic, but like I don't have really any experience in the church or religion.
Okay, here's the thing. One thing you learn as a general Christian is the heart of love. The heart of love, the core of love, is sacrifice. That's really what love is. That first stuff that you feel when you're so into someone and you're so in love with somebody and you just can't imagine your life without them and you're so sure you're going to marry them, like what you felt for this girl, none of that is love. It's all infatuation. Love would have meant sacrificing this, oh, I just need to be a bachelor and get my rocks off before I get married. See, because love is sacrifice. So you didn't really love her. You think you loved her?
No, I absolutely loved her. No. So, like, so when you say sacrifice, I
love
sort
is
of
sacrifice. That's the heart of the Christian.
Okay. Well, Christians can. Yeah, that's fine. They can have
No, but I'm saying when I say sacrifice, I mean, for instance, let's say your partner gets sick. You literally stay by their side night and day.
No, that's not sacrifice. That's not sacrifice. That's
it is
like
sacrifice, of course. It's very hard
that
to
is
stay
an
by a
absolute.
sick person.
No, that is an absolute. Like that's just a standard expectation. That's the minimum requirement.
Yeah, well, I wish you would show me wives that do that. There's not a lot of wives that would do that. Stay by their side night and day. No. Dude.
Yeah, well, I don't think a lot of people are actually in love.
Like, stop being a baby. You know.
Yeah. I think most people are not in love. This is what I'm saying. I think it's a very rare thing. My sort of so when I was a boy, I would like one, I didn't have a father in my life. I had a very different upbringing, but I would remember seeing like in movies or like on shows like, you know, what you're supposed to do, like to, you know, protect your girl, or like, you know, there's the big bad guy. And I always would remember like maybe I'm not like man enough. I don't know. This is like I'd be kind of scared in that scenario. I don't know how I'd react. When I became an adult and, you know, when I met her, it's when you're in love, like it's just not even it's just a reaction. Like it's not. That's why I wouldn't call it a sacrifice. It's like there's nothing that you wouldn't do to protect them. Like you couldn't imagine allowing something to happen. It's just an instant reaction. You will do, like it's that to me is what love it. It's like it would be harder to something happen to them and you go on than it would be to just like fucking take the bullet and protect. Like I don't know if I'm explaining that well, but it's.
I mean, I think you're explaining a very romanticized version.
No, it's not a romantic. No, there's nothing romantic about this at all. Actually, it's more of this is where I have like trust issues and fear of like losing.
There's nothing romantic about love.
Well.
Come on.
There can be, but what I'm explaining is not. It's not a romantic thing. It's not a Romeo and Juliet. Oh, I will jump in front of a train for you. No, it's not like that at all.
I know what you're saying. You don't want to see them suffer. You'd rather suffer yourself.
It's an instinct to like to protect them. Like you have to protect them. It's not even a like calculation. So yeah, that's.
Yeah, but daily love is not measured in how you could protect them from anything, including a bullet. It's more about the daily sacrifices you make for them. And
but look, we're not agreeing on what a sacrifice is. What you're calling a sacrifice, like that would almost be somewhat alarming to me for someone to call it a sacrifice.
Fair enough.
Would it? It's like, oh, I'm sorry, am I taking up some of your time that you're sacrificing? Jesus Christ.
Considering what I do for a living. That's hilarious. I'm in healthcare, so.
Yeah.
I guess that's one. Anyways, so the point is, it is. Love is sacrifice. Love is sacrificing your time. Sometimes what you want is like comes second, right? Sometimes it's about what they want, etc. It's a form of sacrifice. You know, my dad sacrifices for my mom all the time. Like if it was up to my dad, we'd still be living in like a very, very tiny house in like a bad part of town or something, because the guy doesn't believe in spending money. But like my mom does, and so we live very well. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, if it was up to my dad, he'd still be driving like a Chevy DeVille. I can't explain it. He sacrifices a lot of what he thinks is right for the sake of my mother. That makes sense. And it's just not about just material things. It's other things.
I mean, that very well might be the case. That goes. I could
like
also say, not to put this thought out there, but I can see a woman withholding pussy to get what she wants, and that's zero. But you,
well, actually, that's
sacrifice.
really bad. You should never use sex as a bargaining chip. It's one of the most unhealthy mechanisms.
No, I don't disagree.
So bad. I've never.
I'm just pointing out how would you really distinguish from the outside the difference between a sacrifice and like a scenario like that.
I would never. I say I would never do that, but I'm not married.
Oh, you absolutely
can't imagine myself doing that.
Oh, come on.
I swear, I can't imagine myself doing that. It's so bad. Because, like you said, it's a sacred thing.
So you're saying if you got into like a fight or whatever, you and your
but you're not. It's not like I'm purposely withholding it. If you're not feeling it.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. Here we go. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. There's a little workaround loopholes. Yeah.
Excuse me. If you're not feeling it, it's a different thing. If you're not in the mood, what do you mean? You're just supposed to always have sex even if you're not in the mood?
No, I wouldn't say that, but it's like, okay, where do we draw the line with women? Obviously, with men, we're always in the mood on a regular basis. We get put into the mood like very quickly. But yeah, I mean, like, how would you distinguish a woman who's like, okay, no, she's in the mood, but she's just not doing it because she's trying to get something?
That's true. I guess it feels like a punishment either way, from the male perspective. Yeah. Like, even though she's not in the mood, it still feels like a punishment, like you're being punished.
I mean, look, you're a highly educated, intelligent woman. Most women, though, like, because you're a doctor. So
How do you know that?
Yeah.
How do you know that? This is the first time I'm meeting you.
I listen. Several things that you in the last like even hour that you've referenced and said, and you had a 48-year-old Arab guy who's a smoker come in, like these things.
Okay, fair enough. I could be a nurse though. I could be a nurse. I could dress up as a nurse. That would be fun.
Yeah, well, that would be fun, but there's enough other. Anyways, it doesn't matter.
Nurses?
No, other contextual. What was that point towards you're not a nurse? Anyways, most women, like never call me a fucking misogynist, but like most women, like their value comes from their body, at least in the eyes of men. So I don't see. In the eyes of men, I'm talking about in the eyes of men. Women don't have to view themselves as their value inherently coming from their body.
Okay, wait, so what do you mean? What do you mean? You're saying if she has
I don't have an issue. I don't think it's that horrible that women would, like, use that and withhold it to get things that they want. It's a part of a negotiation. I'm not saying it's healthy, but, like, I'm not like, oh, jeez.
Yeah. So I don't know about withholding it to get what you want from your husband.
Husband's a little bit different. Yeah, if you're already married, it's a little bit different.
Then that's why you just shouldn't be having sex before you're married.
Yeah.
It's the Catholic teaching. You just shouldn't. It just gets messy and stupid.
I think with women that could work. It should, that should be the standard. With men, I don't think so.
I don't know. I can't speak on men, but on women, it's like.
No, they need it. It wouldn't be good.
I can't speak on men. I mean, obviously, the doctrine speaks to them the same as far as the laws. But just psychologically, like our Catholic belief on this aligns with psychological health and confidence for women. It really does.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
Because there's no girl, she claims, like even the New York girls, they claim to just love empty sex. I don't believe that for a fucking second. I believe this, they were forced into this life and they became accustomed to it, and now they act like men. They just sleep with men and leave in the morning. You know what I mean?
I think they're also like.
It's very.
They're also brainwashed into like this being like some of them a fulfilling thing, which is very bizarre.
It's very bizarre. bizarre to me. Listen, women, do
liberation
women...
is destroying them.
But yeah. I don't know. Do women feel something? Do women have the same needs as men? Yes, it is true. But that emptiness mechanism that they claim that they can be like men and just, bust a nut and not have any emotions involved, I think it's a scam. I really do. I do. Because even chemically, oxytocin is released so highly in a woman after that act that, just biologically, almost impossible not to feel some deeper connection. Especially
if they have like a very good sense of self-respect in other areas, like they're very accomplished and like. If there's some sort of framework in which they have, there's no reason for them to feel like a lack of confidence or insecurity, then I think you could have a woman that is like, okay, she kind of go get her nut off. I think that's very rare.
I think they pretend they do. I don't think it has anything to do with accomplishments. Listen, most women in New York...
Well, dude, I think a lot of women that are like this, it has to be a father issue.
Yeah, maybe it's a father issue. Maybe. My dad always loved me.
It has to be.
My dad always loved me. My dad loves me the most.
Right, but you have a sense. That's what I'm saying. You have like a sense of self-respect, like you.
Yeah, but I don't know if I get that 100% from my accomplishments. I feel like I get it from my dad. Now that you say it, I never thought about it. But yeah,
look, this is she's got daddy issues. I always just
listen. I have daddy issues,
dude.
I have daddy issues, but they're different. I have daddy issues. Here's my issue: no one can be like my dad.
Yeah, no, this is
my daddy issue.
For example, this sounds horrible, but like, okay, the ideal situation is a girl should have a relationship with her father and. She should want someone that resembles that when she gets older, right? Like, that should be the level of respect.
It's not only that. Listen, even if they're not, let's say they don't have the greatest of relationships, she has to at least respect her dad. Like, respect his authority, respect even if sometimes he's soft.
She's not going to respect men if she doesn't respect her
Exactly. There's no way she's going to respect her husband if she doesn't respect her dad. I'm sorry. Right. Just no way. Her dad is even closer to her. Dad's her blood. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean...
Some people would argue that's the reason she would respect her husband, because she chose him. He's not related to her, but...
No, this is all this bullshit.
I just don't believe that. Yeah.
Look, I think homosexuality is a very not good thing, but I would take my son being gay 100 times over having a daughter that's like a full-on slut.
Really?
It would destroy me. It would destroy me. Dude.
It would? Yeah.
Most
girls are sluts. You should know that.
Well,
Most girls are kind of slutty these days.
They're all sluts.
Not all of them.
No, they're all mostly sluts, dude. Like, it is
hey,
what
that's
it is.
not fair, dude. What about all of us? What about someone who's living in celibacy? Self-induced celibacy.
Yeah, okay, well, here's the thing. Why is it so goddamn difficult to be able to distinguish the one that's on celibacy versus the one that's literally out hoeing around? They look exactly the same on social media. They look and act exactly the same in public settings. They dress the same. That's what I'm trying to illustrate is that it's very difficult. Hold on. I know.
They're not out. You're not going to see them. They're usually not out. That's the problem.
What's not out?
The girls who are celibate and don't party their dicks off and don't are usually not out. You don't see them out.
The girls that don't have social media, that's like, oh my god. Like, what's going on here? This is like a diamond in the rough.
All because if you dress in a hot outfit, that means you're slutty. That's it.
Look,
what about your character?
I think you're intentionally trying to take. What I'm saying is
your character. Does that not
What I'm trying to say is when you come across someone for the first time out in a public setting,
Like you're instantly making little judgments. We constantly are for everyone. When you come across a girl that's let's just assume for the sake of the thought experiment, who is she sleeps around, has a very high body count, and it's a Friday night out at a bar, and the girl who is going to be at church on Sunday, but is also out with her friends.
Yeah.
On Friday. It's very. They look very similar.
It's
not as obvious as it used to be. It's just not.
Right.
This is an issue that I think a lot of young men were like, when we're at that age, we're gonna, we want to fuck. But it's also for like the more mature ones or who might be ready. Like it's very difficult to distinguish which one's which. So it's like, okay, if we're gonna get lucky, let's get lucky. Let's have some fun. I want to fuck.
Okay, got it. Okay, so I went out on the second date. I went on a second date with him. The guy's already talking about, because I sent him a picture of something on the news, and like a video, and he's like, "Is that a PlayStation?" I was like, "Oh, yeah."
What? A police station or a PlayStation?
Yeah, PlayStation. I have a PlayStation 5. Kind of embarrassing. So it was kind of embarrassing. I didn't think about it. I just sent it.
It's weird that he would even point that out. Anyway, it's weird that he would point that out.
Why? I think it's cute.
What was the picture of though? It was of something else, and you saw
it was
this in
a
the
video. Like I was taking a picture of my TV, and the PlayStation was underneath. So he's like, "Oh." He's like, "Is that a PlayStation?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's a PlayStation."
Like, was he excited about it? Like, oh, that's cool, or was he like,
No, I think he thought it was cool because there's not many girl gamers. You know what I mean?
Okay.
It's not like a girl thing.
Girl gamers, most of them are literally kind of like online sluts.
No, I'm not an online slut.
I'm not saying you are. I'm saying there's girls that like are on Twitch and all this other stuff.
Yeah, like they're the gamer girls. They record themselves playing.
Yeah, and then they have their OnlyFans attached.
That was always my dream. I didn't know it was slutty.
Well, it doesn't have to be slutty. I'm saying, but a lot of them are. They'll have like their. Like, it's amazing what a beautiful woman, the amount of attention she'll get online or anywhere,
just
really.
Just for gaming.
Like, you look at guitar, and it's, I've been playing guitar for like, I don't know, 12 plus years. I get hooked into it too. You'll see like a bitch just playing like a very simple da-da-da-da-da. And it's like 500,000 views.
I know, you're just like, what the
It's like, I wonder, like, does she know it? Does she know that, like, this is just everyone, it's because she's hot? Or is she like, oh my god, they love my music?
Here's the thing.
Thank you. You're muted. If you can hear me.
Hello? Pearl, can I tell you something, please?
Yeah.
Pearl, okay, thanks. So you guys were talking about sexual health earlier. So for the past 2 years, 3 months, I've orgasmed 1,100 plus times. Possibly 1,200. I think possibly 1,200, honestly.
That's it?
Yeah, over 2 years and 3 months. And that is
7 months and...
So that's like what, twice a day?
That's done wonders for my health.
Twice a day?
My mental health, you know.
Yeah, when's the last time you had sex with a girl?
2 years.
Much longer than that.
2 years ago.
Dude, honestly, this like row of like. Hold on 1 second.
It's dopamine.
1 second. Sorry, because I don't know.
Necessary.
Oh my
I
god.
would ask other people
my God.
who do think that it's
Reaching from people in the impoverished areas like in Oakland, Hayward, Ghetto of Fremont, some Alvarado, Union City or something like the South Side, San Jose. Like, that's where they get their inspiration from, you know?
A lot of people here in this app and a lot of people around the world to be able to form an opinion. And by the way, I have a background in political science as well, which has been also my
she has a background in political science.
So it's not like I am. You're treating me or being very condescending and saying or assuming that I know nothing about your constitution and the forming of your country and your history.
I didn't say you know nothing. I said you don't understand the contemporary landscape.
Well, I do believe that I actually do.
Isa, so you say
I'm not trying to make a claim from authority, but I'm just letting you know that it's not like I am just like an internet person that all of a sudden starts talking about U.S. politics. No, I have studied it and I have always been interested in it. And it's like I don't watch the Kardashians. For me, the type of reality show that I watch every fucking day is U.S. politics. I am super hooked.
The United States of America is the best country on earth, and it will remain that way.
Well, I'll say this, Isa. So, like, even in my state, okay, so we had Andy Biggs. He's a Christian nationalist. We have Paul Gosar. He's we all know he's a white nationalist and he's a Christian nationalist. We have what led the state GOP, and she's a state Arizona senator, Wendy Rogers. She's also a self-admitted groyper. She would go to Nick Fuentes' shit, years ago. And these are people that are accepted in the mainstream. We had Carrie Lake, who's a bit of a whack job, but she was running for Senate here. He was also she's also one of those people. I don't think she has a coherent belief, but it is something that is really grown. And some of them are very loud and vocal online, but you do have politicians who are part of that movement, but they just don't have the inflammatory rhetoric like some of the people online have. But these people absolutely agree with them.
You know what is maybe this is where Caleb calls me naive, but I think I trust your system much more. I feel that in spirit, I am much more American than you are in this sense because
she's more American than you, Pepe.
The brilliance of your founding fathers. You're unable to see how unique and how amazing it is what they did in your country. I respect your country as like the best thing that has ever happened to history, and even though I would never live in the US, I actually feel in my heart, in my political or philosophical heart, that
it's our religion now.
The closest to creating a tangible example out of the philosophy that I live by.
Yep.
I think your admiration of the American experiment is lovely. The challenge of self-government, which is the basis of the American experiment, is that the people get to decide. And when the people get to decide, it doesn't matter who those types of people are.
People don't get to decide.
Institutions are not protected just because they were created in a certain way. They are protected by people. In America, we have lost a civic ethic of American patriotism that you are suggesting that is a natural extension of the American experiment and philosophy of self-government. It has eroded because we stopped talking about civics, because we stopped talking about the things that you just said are so beautiful. Not everybody in America agrees on that things anymore. Lots of people in America are putting the Bible before the Constitution. That's not what one should do. The Bible is a private matter. You can be as religious as you want. Keep it out of my government. There are now enough people to change elections, to influence voting patterns, and to gain power. And this is a built-in part and a known part from the beginning of the American experiment.
Good luck with
the American experiment. I'm going to finish here. I'm going to finish right here. I'm going to land right here. Democracies are at risk for having the very things that make them beautiful and phenomenal being used against them to create autocracies and totalitarian government.
For a start, I'm not talking I'm not talking about the philosophy only. I'm talking about the structure. And just for the record, U.S. is not a democracy. U.S. is a republic. It uses democracy to arrive to that desired government, but it is not a democracy. So what I am referring to is the structure, the checks and balances, the independence of the powers, the Constitution preventing
those are deliberately being eroded.
Limiting the powers of the government.
Those checks and balances are being deliberately eroded. Isa, do you not see that? Don't you see that there are people deliberately trying to erase the checks and balances?
Listen, this is.
Don't you see that?
Caleb, you asked me to listen to you. Now I'm asking you to listen to me. Those checks and balances, that system, that creation of a system that is self-corrective.
It's not self-correcting.
Doesn't allow a specific ideology to actually get through, because
you don't get it.
It wills autocorrect.
I'm sorry, you don't get it.
In order to change that system, you need like almost 100% consensus from the state.
No, you don't.
From the
No.
Yes, you
We're talking past each other.
Congress with 2/3 of the states to vote in favor.
No, in other words, we're talking past each other, Isa. We're talking past each other. You're talking about the structures. I'm talking about the living out of the structures. The way that this stuff actually is lived out in real life. Okay, and those structures that are so beautiful, that I believe in too, the same way as you do, are only as good as the people willing to defend them. And there are people who are deliberately trying to undo the beauty of those things, to undermine the checks and balances that we hope will just work on their own. None of this stuff works on their own. It works because people every day make decisions to preserve and defend those principles. There are people in great places of power now who are trying to undermine those systems.
Yeah, but that's not like. Yes, I agree that there are people that are trying to degrade the Constitution, but in the case of this Christian national thing, dude, like that's not how that would play out at all. Like,
of course it is. They're telling you deliberately that they don't think the Constitution, they want the Bible to be the Constitution.
Okay, and so how do you think that
what don't you get?
Actually works? Wait. So, again, like, so you think, I just want to make sure that we have this straight. So you think that these people, I just want to make sure that I have your, fear.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah.
So you think that these Christian nationalists could gain popularity in America. They could win votes. They could not have any of the lobbying that Trump got. They would not get any of the lobbying, any Jewish lobbying at all. They would still win. You think that the person who owns, if you collected, I don't even know how you would do that, if you would calculate all of the, big, at least in terms of asset under management, you would put all of the Jewish interests.
You're mixing.
Don't be brought together.
I don't understand why you're mixing. The political voting. No. I don't understand why you're mixing what Jew owns what percentage of the stock exchange. And these Christian nationalists who are going to change laws, write laws, appoint judges who are going to undo secularism in this country, and who are going to undermine separation of church and state, and who have told us explicitly they want to undermine the checks and balances of the Constitution in favor of a biblical model. They're going to put 10 Commandments in the courthouses. They're going to put. They're going to teach. They're going to not teach evolution. They're going to teach creationism in science class.
You don't have to keep doing that. Listen. So are you now making an argument that money and financials don't tie into political moving? Is that what you're saying? Certainly not.
Of course they tie in.
Yeah.
The Christian nationalist movement has enough money without Jewish support, and tons of the people that supported Trump are Christian nationalists. Trump isn't himself. But he says things that Christian nationalists love, and they supported him.
So you think that it is more likely that the Jewish and Republican or Christian, whatever, interests, they align. Like, would you agree that, like, it's a win-win? Like, no. Like Zionism? No. No, you don't think so?
No.
Okay.
I think it's bad. I think it's bad for everybody except Christian nationalists.
Wait. So,
I think the rise in Christian nationalism is anti-everybody except Christians and a particular brand of Christianity. They want a theocracy.
okay. And how do you think that would play out if America pulls out of Israel?
I don't know. A lot of the Christian nationalist movement is America first, which is they have a particular foreign policy view that says let's stop sending our money over there. Those Christian nationalists are not necessarily the bigger Christian evangelical Zionist movement, right? So I think you overstate the importance of Zionism. You're trotting out a talking point that the anti-Semites use to tell us about how really influential Zionism is and how influential the Jews are. Be careful,
It
Chase.
is influential. It is.
Be careful.
They definitely
Be careful.
No, don't
be careful.
Don't try to manipulate me. Don't do that.
No, be careful. You're trotting.
yourself.
Be
careful.
Listen,
Careful.
I don't care. Listen, you just said it yourself. You think that Trump is a Christian nationalist.
No, I didn't. What I said is no.
Okay.
I said he's not a Christian nationalist, but he says a lot of things that Christian nationalists like.
Okay.
And he appoints Christian nationalists to judges' appointments, and he gets them in his cabinet.
Okay. So you think that he acts as a Christian nationalist?
I think he.
Never had one lesson.
I think he thinks that there's a cache of votes that he can get from Christian nationalism that is good for him, that helps him get over the top. I think that's actually bearing itself out in the voting. Yes, I think he is.
Okay, so
I think he is.
Okay.
No.
So
No.
why?
No. Again. Why do you strawman me?